we're good. Now we can start up Yield YouTube stream. I didn't intend to have the YouTube stream start later, but YouTube was fighting with me and not allowing me to do as I wish. Also, we gotta find the last slime ball. Oh, is this for some puzzle? I haven't heard any news about any puzzle or anything like that. But I assume it's some type of puzzle. Also, my chat is not showing up. I assume it's because of this. I really gotta update this screen because I don't really use Instagram or Twitter. But, you know, it's fine. Thing in the end reward you didn't choose with the riddle. Oh, yes. No, I did not choose the thing with the end reward with the riddle. That makes sense. The second I saw it, I'm like, oh, that's a puzzle. I can't wait till somebody else tells me how to do it. I don't mind some amount of puzzles in video games, but I am definitely not a puzzle gamer. I don't like doing like Sudokus or crosswords, or actually I don't mind crosswords. Crosswords are kind of fun. Because it's mostly just like identifying stuff, like somebody says something in a weird way, so I don't mind like this, but that's more of like a trivia thing. Like the problem with a crossword is that a crossword puzzle is less a puzzle and more of a trivia question. Like usually with a puzzle, you're given all the pieces and it's up to you to solve it. Whereas with a crossword, you don't have all the pieces, because if it's like, if the question is asking you about a movie that you've never seen before and you've never heard of, you literally can't do it. It's impossible. So it's just kind of funny. No, I don't want to wait 20 days talking to Stepso Ooze. Yeah, 21 days. You can't miss a day. It has to be one after the other. And you can't do any quests in between. Also, it can only be done on racial completionists. Oh, yeah. That would be perfect. Be Stepso Ooze. I still haven't done that, by the way. I still haven't done the stupid Stepso Bliss dialogue option. There may be a time in the future which I will, but I simply refuse. It's not a fun challenge for me. But I don't know what would classify as a fun challenge by comparison. I don't know. Anyways, hello everybody. Welcome to Stream Stream. I'm your host from Tom. Today, I originally had some plans. I wanted to do some new expansion farming. And maybe tweak some of my builds and try to work them into their new updated states. But there's two problems with this. Problem number one is that the new expansion is broken and a lot of things aren't dropping properly. So farming the new expansion doesn't seem like a very smart idea. Number two, the builder is not up to date with a lot of the new gear. So I don't currently know like all of the items off by heart, and so I could probably figure it out or use a different tool for organizing gear, but I'm just gonna wait until it's updated in the builder, so I can't really plan my other gear sets. So yeah, the original plan was to farm or run the new content, but there's no real reason because of the bugs. So the solution instead is I'm gonna be spending until the hotfix, which is tomorrow, I think, and it should fix most of the things. But I'm gonna be spending today working on characters and just trying to get them all up to level 36, and just earn XP the old-fashioned way, which should be better. Characters in DDO like Dritz and Brunor. Do we think we'll get official DDO builds for these iconic characters? Wait, there's Dritz? Is he in the expansion? Dude, I didn't see him. I saw Brunor, but I didn't see Dritz. Is Dritz in there? Is he chilling? Is he in a quest and I missed? No, it updated yesterday. I did download the update and I checked, so you can go to level 36. Actually, I can just shut this off. This is my current build, and I did check, so it does go up to level 36. It has a weird bug where it doesn't show everything. So if I go here, so you can set your build level, which is cool. Problematically, you can't scroll to the bottom. I don't know why you can't scroll to the bottom, but you can't. Even if you like go down here, you can't scroll all the way to the bottom. There's just no way. It doesn't let you. Maybe if I have like a bigger screen, like just if I grab it and I go even further. No, you can't. It just gives you this cutoff. If I update this to level 38, maybe it'll let me go down. There we go. So if you go 38, it's fine. But yeah. So it doesn't let you right away, which is kind of wacky. I said it's because it's not finalized. There are also some gear bugs, like people were pointing out items that were missing stats and other stuff, so that's probably also going to need to get fixed. But at least in the builder, you can do this. And yeah, as far as the new gear, some stuff is updated. So for example, I updated the filigrees that I was using, so the Keeper of the Curse, Angelic Wings. So these new sets is already up to date. But my next plan is to basically, I'm going to copy this gear set. I'm going to cut the Sewer Sight, the Gravekeeper's Vest, the Elegant Cloak, the Baron's Bandolier, the gloves, and the Socket Band, and then try to rebuild it. Well, I might also cut Footfalls of the Dracolich, we'll see. But my goal is to try to rebuild the gear set, trying to get in Evocation, Insightful Evocation, Enchantment, Insightful Enchantment, which should push my DCs up to the 130 range. So yeah. Remove everything. Well, no, I'm not removing everything. I'm keeping the weapons. I'm keeping the Pack Mage's Bangle. I'm keeping the Elder's set, and I'm keeping the Saloon's Light, and probably Elemental Ring of Acid, because there's no replacement for this. So that's going to be the initial plan. I'm also going to probably keep all of the augments the same, except for obviously the specific spell DC augments, which should be around here somewhere. Or do I not have those in the build? Yeah, so like the Topaz of Evocation +2, Topaz of Evocation Power will replace, stuff like that. It's gonna have to go away. Yeah, so the builder is like sort of up to date, but it doesn't have all the information. Same with DDO Build Hub. As far as I know, DDO Build Hub can't take characters all the way up to the new level cap. So I will be updating this once I get the chance, but you can't go up to the new level cap yet, unfortunately. I did notice other people also posting some builds, which is really cool. Sometimes with good amounts of information. So there's like this work in progress build, which is like an inquisitive build for people to follow. It needs a little bit more information, obviously, because it's got like the details, but it could use maybe a little bit more description in here. But it's nice that we've got like some people are playing around and starting with some stuff. So great job, Z to Lock. And then alternatively, you have all-in-one range inquisitive, which tells you like enhancements. You put 41 in inquisitive and 23 in battle engineer, but if you don't know where to put them, you're probably not going to put the points in the right places. And this says very standard selection for range builds and just doesn't tell you what to do. So there's different levels of quality to some of these builds on the website. So we'll see how they kind of go. But I think the only thing that needs to happen is people just need to set examples. So I'm going to try to do that and put in a good amount of information for my builds. Other people's are as well. But putting in good amounts of information so that people can follow it will kind of just set the example, and people will just go by that standard, I think, for the most part. Thank you, Neurosouth. I hope you have a good stream today, too. But yeah, anyways. So, as I said, because the expansion isn't dropping things properly, so it's kind of broken, and the builder's not up to date, so trying to make a gear list is going to be really annoying. My solution is just to get characters up to level 36, and then once the dust has settled, we can use the planners to organize gear and everything else. That's when I'm going to start updating the builds and getting stuff properly sorted. But for now, just time to level. Also, what's up, Arcanaverse? How are you doing? And I didn't want to log in to see Thunderhome Slayers, Orchard Slayers, and Barovia Slayers as the 3 groups that are open. Oh, and sorry, and riding the Stormount, which is great. Yeah. Hey, don't thank me for the feature. Thank Pesky Maple, who worked on the DDO Build Hub website. Really, really cool stuff. Any new knowledge for you? Yes, my new knowledge is that there's like a gazillion bugs with the new expansion. And so we're not going to be playing it right now, but it will be fixed later, which is very exciting. I think they added this to the known issues. There's a soft lock, more bug reports. Where's the current set for known issues? Yeah, the Saga's dropping Sharn items. A bunch of feats aren't working. Abyssal gems aren't dropping. There's something that's not a rare encounter. There's some Fog of War issues. There's a bunch of quest bugs where a bunch of quests aren't working. There's a bunch of items that are missing things. So yeah, so there's some wacky things going on right now. So we're just gonna wait. Did they actually update on the website the known issues? Some of them. Some of Zugamoy's voiceover is a placeholder. Some of the purple worms in the quest price of an egg are a bit too exuberantly loud. Their volumes will be adjusted later. Huh. That. What is this? Black globe of slime? Oh, this? Oh, yeah. I haven't done this quest. I'm glad other people are working on this. I think it's very, very cool. I think it's cool that other people are working on the Black Globe of Slime puzzle. I expect Arcaniverse to have this sorted out, and with the puzzle being completed on my desk by 5. So by 5 o'clock, this will be done, because I got a big meeting coming up, and I kind of need to have this. So if it's not on my desk by 5 o'clock, well, I can't say what happens, but yeah, you'll be hearing about it. I saw that post about way more slime balls. Seeking 6. I don't know. I'm happy other people are working on the slime ball thing. I just don't have as much of an interest. I've never been a big puzzle guy, so that's fine. If first thing tomorrow we can't have a pizza party. I mean, true. Also true. Man, I don't want to do any of these quests, and I don't want to host my own group. What the hell was I doing last? Lesson in deception. Oh, I'm on Stormhorns. Oh, I'm on Stormhorns. Oh, that's easy. Okay, Stormhorns. That's where we go. Stormhorns. Stormhorns. Is that gonna give me enough XP? Oh, dude, I can grab a bunch of sagas. Yep. Yep. But yeah, I have no intention of working on the globe puzzle. I mentioned this before, but like I said, I'm not a big puzzle person. I know some people, they love puzzles, whether it's like jigsaw puzzles or people like to play puzzle games. People like to do Sudokus and other stuff like that. I think all that stuff is really cool. I think it's really interesting. I'm glad people enjoy it and take the time to work on those types of puzzles. I have basically no interest. Oh, I didn't do any of those quests. Oh, I don't have any sagas to pick up, because I only started with the Evening Star, so all I have are these ones. This is the only saga I have. It's this one. Well, up to the Stormhorns we go. 20 to 29. Stormhorns. And Stormhorn. Nice. But yeah, I've just never had the interest in any capacity in pretty much any puzzle game. I don't know why. Just never have. I like different types of puzzles. So I like the mathematical puzzle of making your character just like work well and function. That's the type of puzzle where I like to sit down and work on it. But the entire game being the puzzle itself, I like the puzzle leading into more emergent gameplay or more interesting types of gameplay. I don't particularly like the puzzle being the gameplay, if that makes sense. So like coming up with a build and then seeing how it functions in the game, that's the type of puzzle that I like, because the game is the fun part. The puzzle is the part that lets me get a different way to access the fun part, if that makes sense. What's the deepest, darkest place in Dungeons and Dragons Online? Well, there's the wormhole in the Wurm quest in the Underdark. That's not very specific. We have a bunch of those now. But the old one, the one I skip every single past life because I hate it, the one where you have to fight in the arena, then you get eaten, that's pretty low down. Also, Braidlord, thank you so much for the 500 bits. That's extremely kind. Thank you. Holy moly. Very, very generous of you to give me 500 bits. I really appreciate it. We're doing very, very, very well. My posture is bad. Thank you for noticing. And thanks. I really appreciate it.
In the middle of the glade.
Doing very well, and hope today is going excellent.
Now, where did I put that blasted journal?
I do need to hydrate. I can stand and drink more water.
Be a good sport.
Rainbow in the Dark is the darkest. It is the darkest place.
My journal's wandered off.
And there are pits in Rainbow in the Dark that are pitch black.
I've lost too many pages as it is.
So that's also an option. Because migraine, I am on the other side of it. So I'm a little nauseous, but other than that, my brain doesn't work. I'm not as sensitive to light.
Now,
That's nice.
I've got a great deal to tell you, but
Because being super sensitive to light really sucks.
I fear that any moment there's sneaking Nethery's but
it's not deep. Maybe it's like metaphorically deep.
At the end of the glade.
Maybe it needs to be something that's like very puzzly.
You skulking, spying little nobleman?
Says one.
That is rich. Now let this
Because it's deep and dark, so maybe it just needs to be like philosophical and scary.
There.
Like more of a play on words.
Go scurrying back the way you came.
I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just,
Now
trying
Hunsilver
to
comes with
imagine
me,
if it's a
and
puzzle
the
over here.
rest of you
We gotta go on the other
may
side. Also, it's a
die
Fenris. How you
as
doing?
my comrade here sees fit.
Jeet's
So
dreams. It could be
The
I dream of
wizard
Jeet. It's true.
teleports with
It's a deep, dark
Orphan,
place. It's deep
leaving
within the
others
psyche,
behind
and
to fight.
there's a dark outcome, or can be dark outcomes. So that's
As
also an
if
option.
I would waste my time. The other wizard snorts. My minions will more than suffice.
I'm trying to think of other
She
deep, dark
steps
places.
through her dimension door and is gone.
Depths of Darkness. The Depths of Darkness is literally named after something that is both deep and dark. Honestly, legendary pull. It's literally called the Depths of Darkness. How deeper and darker can you get? Oh, that was the first place you checked? Oh. Do we even know? Okay, so have any of, is this the first step, or is this is the, you said this is the 6th step of finding these like balls, right? I ask specifically because have any of these like steps of the puzzle been found outside of the expansion, or is this in like is this a global thing?
Knowles,
So what's up, Schnockers?
stand
How you
guard
doing?
over a
How's your
magic
day? They've all been outside the X-Pack? Okay, interesting.
More magic barriers. These
Deep
caves
dark.
must be where the
I mean,
staged their surprise attack.
There's the last of the red fens into the deep, where you're underground, and then you go into where the Hezru is, so it's at the bottom of the ocean, and it's deep and it's
A
dark.
sinewy hill giant guards yet another magic portal.
Oh, you already checked it? Okay. Deep and dark. I'm trying to think of places that would be deep and dark. Again, not a puzzle guy. Oh, get sundered, sucker. Oddly enough, Lugan the Cudgeler has an oddly high armor class, so being able to sunder him is nice. Deep and dark, deep and dark. I'm thinking of deep and dark places in the video game. It could be any of the Shar-related quests, because Shar is all about darkness. Under cover of darkness, I don't think that's very deep and dark. Game volume is too loud. Is it? Oh, shouldn't be. I can turn it down. It's supposed to be ducking, so that way, whenever I talk, it like quiets the game. You hear me more than it's not doing that. Any crevices in the Underdark Wilderness? Yeah, it could also just be in the Wilderness Zone. I don't know how many people are going to be actually like investigating all of the Underdark. I'm going to be totally honest with you guys. I have never explored the Underdark Wilderness Zone. Literally never. Not even once. I've explored the Underdark 0 times. I've only gone through the Underdark to get the quests and nothing else. I'm not a big fan of adventure zones normally. The adventure zones just provide me a place to walk through while I get to the meat of the quests. There's only a few adventure zones I actually like. I like Lamortia quite a bit. I like the Feywild because they're relatively dense and you're never too far from something that you want to do. Versus something like Myth Dror, where you're always far from everything you want to do because there's no way to be close to anything because it's large and there's nothing in it.
Ordered your death, she continues.
And the King's Forest is exactly like that. You can walk all the way across the King's Forest without encountering like anything to do.
She draws on orbs in the corner of
Some people like that. I don't.
shielding herself with a protective spell. The magic orbs destroyed. Shy's
Yeah,
shield
but like
goes
the
down.
new
Taking a
Underdark,
breath,
for me,
Shy
I find much
deftly
more
casts
intriguing. It's a
spell,
smaller space,
restoring
it's more
both her
dense.
shield and the
So you have like a
orbs.
much easier time finding something interesting to actually
Taking a
go and
breath,
look at.
Shy
It's also a lot more
deftly casts
colorful
a spell,
because presumably the
restoring
Underdark
both
isn't just
her
like literally
shield
pitch
and
black
the
darkness with
orbs.
nothing there. Again, especially when they have like the giant underground mushroom areas in the old new Underdark.
Says,
The old new.
Come to my aid.
It's kind of language.
The pseudo dragon falls to the ground, dead.
Every wilderness and rare once.
You know,
Yeah.
woman, the
I can
wizard
imagine that being worth it. You also, for the record, you can't complete rares right now. So if you've been trying to find all of the rares, you cannot. One of the rares in the new wilderness area is not completable. So just keep that in mind. One of the wilderness area rares is not completable. Okay. Oh, what keyboard do I use? I am currently using the, what the hell is this? I don't know the name of this keyboard. It's just called Wired Gaming Keyboard, and I don't know the branding. It has some guy's email on the back of it, and there's no name on it. But this was just some cheap keyboard I bought for like 30 bucks as a replacement, a backup keyboard in case something happened to one of my other keyboards. And my beautiful Logitech keyboard has a circuit problem, so it's double typing everywhere. I removed all of the keys and cleaned it, and so I got the isopropyl alcohol and I put it through and I cleaned everything out, and it's still having issues. And I'm like, I don't have the patience to fix it, so out comes the old $30 backup keyboard. That's currently what I'm using. I don't know why I decided to play Caster Druid. It is a pain. Caster Druid is a pain at the beginning, but once you get cold elemental form, it's really good. Anything interesting added build-wise with the Rival 36th level? Yeah, tons of new stuff. There's all the new piercing feats, so all of the builds that felt pretty bad because you couldn't bypass immunity. Stuff like playing negative Dark Apostate, or even Alchemist to an extent, because you can't bypass negative immunity with the mass harm spells and things like that. There was like a whole bunch of problems there with being able to hit monsters. Now you can completely circumvent all of that. There is the brand new feat, Strength of Arms, which gives you temp HP, where if you're basically, what Strength of Arms is if you're doing Reaper 5 or lower, you can't die as a melee character, which is kind of cool. So really, really cool set of feats that they've added. There's also the spell focus feats that have been updated, which just make your DCs higher, as well as the new items from the expansion, which give you a lot more DCs. So you can actually play DC casters pretty comfortably and actually land all your DCs even on a first level character or first life character, or even better, it makes it better for hybrids. So in the circumstance where you're playing, let's say for example, an Eldritch Knight, if you want, you can now get your enchantment DCs high enough on an Eldritch Knight to actually use enchantment while also still being a melee, because of all the DC bonuses and stuff you can get now from different gear and the different sets. So there's some cool stuff.
You have a few minutes to
supply.
prepare before the convoys arrive.
So yeah, no patience to even clean mine. Well, I didn't want to have patience, but it's a pretty expensive and nice keyboard. So I did take all the time to clean it, and it was for naught. So I don't know. It's very annoying. So yeah, I would love to tell you that
The Harpy nest lies ahead. With some
it was worth it, but again, the cheap backup keyboard is really getting it done. There's no fifth cores, so the abilities for the Epic Destinies are set up like the enhancement trees, so we won't get the fifth core until level 38, and then we'll get some type of capstone once we get all the way up to level 40. It's just enhancements 2, basically, is the way you want to think about it. Okay, I have prayer, I have charisma. Can we perform? No, I rolled a 9. Never mind. The trick with this is you always want to go after these guys first, the side, because they're just going to constantly stun lock you and prevent you from doing anything. So you want to get rid of as many as possible, and that's it. Now we wait. He is the escape key. Oh, that's fun. I don't have any custom keycaps. I've thought about getting custom keycaps over time. But I'm too lazy. I'm just not big on like customizing my physical objects that I have. So like I don't put stickers on stuff or paint things or really care about the aesthetics of something. I'd much rather like the function of something. So that's always going to be me. I also don't know what a drop keyword is because I'm so out of it when it comes to keyboard. I figured you'd be running the new quest packs. So I talked about this at the beginning of the stream, but I'm not running the new quest packs on stream today for 2 reasons in particular. The first reason is that there's too many bugs in the new expansion. Like a bunch of the items aren't dropping properly. There's quests that are broken sometimes where you can't complete them. There's like basically there's just too many problems. And the only reason I would really want to play them, and the XP is low, so the only reason I would really want to play them is to get the new items. But again, the items aren't dropping properly, and we don't know yet what the we don't know currently. Well, we know what all the items are, but there's also some bugs on some of the items, so some of the items don't have their proper stats, they're missing effects, things like that. So the only reason to go and do some of the new content is to kind of farm out at least new gear. But like if you want to get to 36, doing the new expansion's a waste of time because less XP than previous expansions, so there's no reason to do it at all. If you want to it sounds like I'm being really harsh, but like I literally don't know how else to say it. Yeah, there's just a bunch of stuff. So instead, I'm just going to level up my characters to level 36, and then by next week, there's a hotfix this Friday that's coming with some patches, and presumably there'll be a patch next week as well. And once a bunch of the bugs get fixed in the expansion, then we'll go back to doing it, and I'll have my characters at 36 so I can start farming out and getting all the gear and stuff. And also about the new feats, yeah, Cult of the Ocelot linked the release notes there. That's very helpful. I also did make a YouTube video where I go over all of these new feats and updates. Let me see if we can find it. Grim Tom. Here we go. Copy link. So there's also this one, but that's just a video and you don't have to watch it. It's easier to just read it yourself. This is why you should never take a day off on a DDO expansion launch day. That is pretty much correct, yeah. Wait, Dino Blade is out today? Oh, I forgot. I forgot Dino Blade came out. Hold on. Dino Blade. Oh, it's 10% off? Oh, shit. How much time do I have? 30 seconds. For those of you that have not seen Dino Blade yet, you don't know what this is, I am going to be buying this game, and I will be playing on the stream. Because it looks sick. Sorry.
Step forward if you wish to live.
So, that Blade. So we'll be doing that on stream at some point later. Yep, and there's a new Grim Dawn expansion that a lot of people are excited about. At some point, I would like to give Grim Dawn another try. I don't know when, but at some point I would like to. And fine, no looking at gameplay or reviews. Dude, what review is going to tell you anything about Dino Blade? Like, there's literally no review that could give you any information that you don't already have about Dino Blade. So you'd be like, wow, it's like dinosaurs and Dark Souls. Or somebody might be like, yeah, it's actually like kind of clunky and the game doesn't really feel very good. Yeah, because it was made by like a really small team. And it was made off of literally a guy posted on Twitter a video that he made, like an animation he made of a dinosaur with a sword. And somebody was like, that would be a good video game. And then 4 years later, it's a video game. It's something where, like, if you're reading a review, you're barking up the wrong tree. Just buy it, and if you don't like it in an hour, just refund it. You get softlocked near the quest. I ran all twice with no problems. No, I've just heard about other people getting softlocked in a bunch of different areas, and there's a bunch of softlocks, or there's a few softlocks posted on the forums that were posted today of like new quests that are getting softlocked. So again, there's some problems. Like I said, I could be running the new quests. I just am choosing not to, so that way I can have a better experience, you know, kind of spamming them and farming them and running them in the future when we have some bug fixes. Except that I bought something that broken. Oh yeah, I feel you on that one. Oh, victim, sorry, was tabbed out for a sec. The problem I have with Grim Dawn and why I didn't enjoy it as much is, number one, I found it was like fatiguing to read the items. items have like 50 stats on them for some reason. So every time you get an item, it's too many things to keep track of. And I really didn't like the item system right off the bat. And that just kept going. And number 3, I enjoyed the story for the first 90% of the campaign, and I thought it was sick. I really enjoyed where everything was going. It's like, okay, you're learning about what the ethereals did, and you're learning about the end of the world, and you're learning about all this other stuff, XYZ, and it feels cool, and I'm building up, and that's very exciting. And I'm like, cool, I want to know what's happening with the ethereals. This is really important to me. I'm very excited about this. And then in the last 3 hours of the campaign, they're like, by the way, we're completely hard left, no ethereals, Cult of Chthon, the bad guy the final boss has no name, is not a named enemy. It's like Chthon's avatar or something like that, and that's it. And then there's no story. And I'm like, oh, cool. Just plain crash of an ending. And I was like, damn. Well, so I just stopped playing after that. I didn't go back to it. I didn't do any of the DLCs because I had them. I own all the DLCs. I was like, that was disappointing, so I stopped playing.
And with him goes the scheme to supply
the story did have to go. His planet did need it.
Across Tumble Rock Pass.
I do like the class system. The fact that you basically combine 2 classes and that gives you a new class. I think it's a really, really sick idea. So I actually really like that. I think that's good. So there's some elements of the game that I did like, but yeah, the sharp downward turn was not my favorite. Breaking the ranks. And like I said, I just found it just generally fatiguing to read all the items. Maybe I didn't spend enough time with it. For a dark place by leveling characters. True, I'm also looking for dark places. Recommend rainbow filter. It makes looking at items easier. Oh, is there like mods and stuff you can get? That's probably a good idea. There probably are better ways to organize it. Because color coding stuff would definitely help right away to identify certain items. You don't play Diabloids for the story? No, you don't. I can read. I like the story. Path of Exile has a great story. Diablo 1 and 2 have a great story. I like playing games because I like to engage with all of the game. Games that, like if you don't engage with the, and also I just want to express this as well. I understand that some people don't want to engage with the game because they don't care about the story. They just care about the gameplay and that sort of thing. I like all parts of the game. It's one of the reasons why I really struggle to play World of Warcraft. I really dislike the art style of World of Warcraft. I just don't like the way that it looks. And that affects every way that I look at World of Warcraft. Even though I can say with pure confidence that I think that some of the best raid and dungeon design I've ever seen in my entire life is in World of Warcraft, and as somebody who plays MMOs mostly for raid and dungeons, you think it would be a shoo-in for me to like it, but the art style really rubs me the wrong way. I really don't like it, and it bleeds into everything. And it's a similar thing. So for me, when I am playing a game and there's an element I just really don't like, it's hard for me to just kind of get over that and appreciate all of the other elements of it. Like, DDO doesn't have the most robust story out there. In fact, so there are many people that claim that DDO has no story, but there is one. It's just not the most detailed, but it's like relatively clear and complete. There are through lines. You can follow what's going on. And so, like, I don't love adventure zones about DDO, but it's outside of something like the Stormhorns where I'm walking for 1,000,000 miles, it's a pretty short thing that gets in the way of me enjoying something. So, like, again, I understand that there are many people. It's the same thing that when Diablo 4 came out, that was one of the biggest defenses, is that basically the story in Diablo 4 is probably one of the shittiest pieces of garbage that somebody has opened up their ass and dumped onto a computer. I don't understand how anybody likes the story. People like the cutscenes. The cutscenes are great, okay? The cutscenes are amazing. They're so beautifully animated. They're impactful. You're like, you really feel for the characters, but in between the cutscenes, nobody has anything to say. The characters are all a bunch of cardboard cutouts. They're all dumb. They don't do anything intelligent. The context of the scenes make absolutely no sense, but they look really, 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 really good. Okay, they look really good, and I will never say that the Diablo 4 cutscenes are bad. The cutscenes are amazing. Like, if there was just a movie of just the cutscenes, honestly, amazing. And even if you can have fun playing Diablo 4, if you like the combat, you like everything else. One of the biggest things that people were talking about after the game came out was a bunch of people being like, yeah, but nobody plays action RPGs for, like, the story. And listen, I'm gonna blow your fucking mind. Diablo 1 is like kind of fun to play, but it has an amazing story. And that's one of the many reasons why you get people invested in it and they want to know more. That's why after Diablo 1 came out and then Diablo 2, authors started writing books about the story, fleshing out characters, giving you more context into the world. Why, like, learning about the Sin War and the things that happen is like actually really impactful. And why, when Diablo 3 came out and they said, oh, story, that's not important, they stopped making third-party novels and stopped engaging with the story
It is strange
because they're like, oh, well, people don't play these games for the story. They did when the story was good. Sorry, I'll get off my soapbox. But yeah, for me, if the story ends up being bad, it definitely detracts from my interest to play the game.
The sound of the gong echoes against the mountainside. An
So yeah. Not able to engage the whole game, no point in playing. Yeah, again, I understand playing games for like individual things, especially games that have specific game modes. As an example, you know, it's like I can enjoy playing Super Smash Bros. With my friends that are trying to do like online and cracking on ladders because it's just fun to play the game with friends, and it's an element of the game that I enjoy. So I don't entirely agree that you have to enjoy every element of every game, but I think, again, I think it's okay, because I personally have this opinion that it's okay to like find something that unappealing about a video game and not want to play it. In a barbarian, would dropping patience for strength of arms be a good trade-off? For solo play, yeah, strength of arms is great, honestly. If you're somebody who's like getting started and or you just never ever want to die, strength of arms is an excellent option to never die to anything. I'm gonna be too slow. That's what I said. I think it's. I think I probably jumped off the train too early as well. Talking to people who are also big Grim Dawn heads, they're like, yeah, the story really picks up after the finish of the campaign, because there's like the 2 expansions that come afterwards. And I'm like, that's probably true, and you're probably right about that. It's not like I played many games that have bad story. For the record, the initial story of Destiny 1 sucks ass. The story gets good later, but oh my lord. We have to go and kill a Gate Lord to get the the Gate Lord's eye so we can enter the Black Garden. Which they don't explain what a Gate Lord is, what the Black Garden's were, or why we have to get into it. Ah, Destiny 1. Good times. So yeah, so like I'm familiar with games that do not have stellar stories, especially out of the gate. But they're they're working on it, they're figuring it out. So playing through the expansion is probably a good way to do it. Honestly, I didn't know there was a loot filter that color codes items. That is honestly just a huge help. I think part of it's too, I didn't realize that damage types on my first playthrough were only for one thing. So I played a character that had I don't remember the name of the classes, but it was like Nightblade or something. I had a bunch of moves that were basically, they did piercing damage. And I play a lot of video games, and especially I come from DDO. So when I saw piercing damage, I was like, oh, piercing is physical damage. So I would get items that boosted like physical damage and piercing damage, and not realize that physical damage is not piercing damage. Piercing damage and physical damage are 2 different things. They're different damage types. They're not the same. In Grim Dawn, which is okay. That's perfectly fine. I just didn't realize that at the time. So I needed to kind of recalibrate my thoughts. And I just didn't really feel like making a new character. But it's been a couple years since I played Grim Dawn last, so maybe it's time to get back into it at some point. I've been meaning to. Over the past couple of weeks, I've had like the desire to like play Grim Dawn again. To really give it another college try. I do want to get into it at some point. More important to create mood. I totally agree with you. Again, that's for me, that was one of the big things, is I really liked like the opening area, the first act of Grim Dawn, where you like go out and then you got into like the nearby village, and then you find that there's like the giant manor, and then underneath there's all the weird experiments going on, and you're learning the details about like what's happening and how like everyone's been paid off by the ethereals basically, and they're being sold. And I'm like, oh man, this is like terrifying and gripping, and I'm really curious about where this is going to go, and it just keeps building and building and building, and then takes like the hardest left into the in the universe into the Cult of Chthon. After like not even having them in the campaign. So I'm assuming that probably gets fleshed out and you learn more about the ethereals and with all this stuff happening, but I was like, ugh. Ugh. Ugh.
Shadows take you. Drayton curses. By all the horrors of night.
I've never understood what is the fascination. It's not just Grim Dawn that's done this. Many games have done this, where they like set up a villain or an antagonist for like the entire game, and then right before the end, it's like, hey, by the way, there's a different person you have to defeat. It's like unrelated. Weird.
As the nether is now there, says Drayton.
Anyway,
Get my own hands dirty.
you said it was called. Check. It was Rainbow Filter. I'm just gonna put that. Rainbow Filter. Oh, you can't just Google Rainbow Filter. That's not helpful. Grim Dawn. Oh, this is a forum post? What? Oh. Oh, that's great. It changes like all the damage types. They're all different colors. So like cold looks blue. Nice. Okay, that's actually good. 70% of 2007 video games? Yeah, because like, well, we got to be able to make a sequel. You can't kill the bad guy. If you kill the bad guy, then we're not going to be able to make a sequel. Come on, guys. The Ethereals are a mistranslation of the name The Eternals. It was a movie setup game. Oh no, not The Eternals. Oh, The Eternals. That was a bad movie. But yeah, there's a lot of games that are like that. Like I said, definitely something I want to try again.
You are now
and try to get back into, especially with the new expansion that's coming out.
Somewhere within
But like, there's too many games that I want to play right now. It's possible. And when I say too many games, I mean the Path of Exile 1 and 2 having alternating leagues is really ruining my whole life. Because before it's like, oh, you play a Path of Exile league every 4 months for like 3 weeks, and then I can do something else for like 3 months. But now it's like, okay, you play Path of Exile 1 for a month, you take a break, and then another month later, oh, Path of Exile 2 League comes out. Got to do that. Ugh. As if this is a bad thing. I'm enjoying this a little bit, yeah. Hard to find time for the single player games. I've still been playing through Pillars of Eternity. I am sure many of you have played through Pillars of Eternity. But I'm still going through it. I'm having some fun. I ran into a little bit of trouble because pretty close to the beginning, there is, you basically go up to, there's like I'm going to spoil some of the story, but this game came out in like 2015, so I don't know what to tell you. It's also like the intro. There's like an evil, he's not evil, he's kind of evil. There's like a baron or whatever, and he has like lordship over this town in this area, and effectively he's slowly been going insane, and his mind is becoming poisoned because bad things keep happening. There's like this plague that causes people to be born without their souls. It's like a huge problem, and so he just becomes this horrible tyrant. And so you can just go and straight up deal with him directly if you want. And so you can be tasked with going and killing his ass. Which I was like, you know what? That sounds good. I mean, the guy seems kind of bad. They literally have a tree in the center of town where they're hanging everyone that like disagrees with them or even has to step out of line. They just start hanging people instantaneously. And I'm like, okay, I think I can do the morally righteous thing of dethroning this guy and trying to maybe get somebody else who's not going to kill everybody. I didn't solve any of the problems, but I did try to kill this guy. And so I go into the area, like the castle. I fight my way all the way through the keep, and then you have the big final confrontation. But the first thing that I notice is that when I'm fighting my way through the keep, I'm fighting like
The
3 or
gates
4
at the
guys at a
far
time
end,
usually,
the
sometimes
wide
5, but usually like 3 or
fissure
4.
slam shut.
And this is a big deal
robed
because
figure
Pillars of
eyes
Eternity,
you sourly
if you've never
from a
played it,
ledge above
it's
you.
basically Dungeons and Dragons, like tabletop Dungeons and Dragons, but it has an interesting system called the interrupt system, where if you receive an attack, you can be interrupted, which pushes you further down the initiative.
Don't have time for
So if you like, say you're like second on initiative, and then the person who goes first hits you, you might go down to third initiative. So the person who comes after you actually now gets to act before you. So effectively what that means is if you have all 5 of, or like let's say you have a 6-member party and there's only 1 monster, that monster doesn't get to take a turn because it keeps
This
getting
is
knocked down the
taking
initiative order,
much
and eventually it
longer than I had
just
hoped.
loses. Like it never gets to take a turn, and that's it. It's an interesting system for sure. I don't exactly know how I feel about it, but I do think it's very interesting. Yeah, strategic unlocking. It's cool. Again, I think
Why
there's
are
really
these
interesting elements at play
minions
there.
always so
And I go into the final boss room, and not only is there the final boss of this castle, but there's also like 2 wizards, like 2 archers, and like 4 knights.
You want to get through that
So
gate
there's like,
over
I think it's like 9 guys against my team of 4. And it was very hard. Because the other issue is it has casting like in Final Fantasy Tactics,
Then I
where when you
fear
cast
you
a
will
spell,
be
the spell has a cast time. So even if you, like, let's say I cast a spell in an area, a guy can walk up to me and hit me during the cast to interrupt it. Or even worse, if I cast like a web spell, the enemies in the area can just move before the spell goes off.
A massive
So,
orb of
and
some
with the
kind
initiative
can
orders
be
that I had,
seen through
I
a
just couldn't
fissure
kind
in
of
the
get things to
ice.
line up.
Is
And
this
so
why the
I was
network
definitely
found
struggling,
the
and it
frost
took me a few
giant
tries to get through the fight.
against
But
the
overall,
very
once I finally beat it, like by the skin of my teeth too, like 2 of my guys died. It was really rough.
is not my friend.
I finally beat it, and I felt very, very good. I was like, whew. I was like, but it was insanely hard, and I wasn't playing on hard mode. I was like, damn, that was really tough. And then I was like,
You've reached the very
is there something
roots
I'm
of the
missing? Am I
mountain.
just bad at this game? And I go online and I look it up, and you can have a party member of 6, and every single guide I found was basically like, the first thing you should do immediately is hire mercenaries until you have a full party, because playing with less players is extremely difficult because of the interrupt system. And I was like, oh, I made this harder on myself. Oh, I'm supposed to have a full party. Ah, yes.
Oh, win again. Tries a muffled voice
Yeah.
from beyond this
So anyways, I didn't know that,
rod and love
but I beat it anyway, and I felt very satisfied with myself. Also, I didn't really have like a ranged character, and then later on, I met like an archer, or not like an archer, like a ranger who has like a wolf or a fox, and man, having 2 extra units is insane. Having 2 extra units, unbelievable. Going from 4 to 6. And then I got another guy. I got a chanter.
You have recovered
And
enough
chanters are
of Rungnir's
broken.
battle trappings
Chanters
to
are so good.
satisfy
Oh my god, I can't believe how good this
although
character
he
is.
might be pleased if you found more.
So all of a sudden, I was like, I went from kind of struggling to never losing any fights.
Now,
Not even
in the
close.
arm for battle. Come this
Just
way.
fantastic. There's the best
The
attractions with
wizard
Eater.
Tharno
Yeah.
will
Can
be
pet that
in a
dog?
great
No, you can't.
chamber, I think, says the frost giant. But the
Yeah,
wizard
Sagani.
Tharno stands in the middle of the great
Yeah, so I
cavern.
got Eater, Aloth,
Though he's
Sagani.
his
You again. And you, Rungnir.
I can't remember his name, but the insane priest of,
You are liar.
oh man, the
cries
names are
the
escaping me.
frost giant,
Can't remember his name, but the
storming
absolute insane priest who
What
worships
are
the
you
goddess
really
that sets everything on
doing in
fire,
my glacier?
and
What are
the
your
chanter guy,
true
whose name I also can't remember.
plans?
Durance.
Not
Yeah,
for
Durance.
You to know, you vainglorious giant. You have
He makes very valid
outlived
points.
your
I
welcome.
really don't like him, and I'm definitely going to replace him the second I get another party member. I didn't hire any mercenaries because I didn't want to, but when I get the chance, oh, he's getting the boot. That being said, though, holy shit, clerics are really good.
Seems I'm
Having a
outnumbered.
priest in party is insanely good. Because I read most of the classes, but you can't like read ahead. So that's one thing I kind of dislike about Pillars of Eternity in contrast to something like the Pathfinder games. The Pathfinder games allow you to read ahead and know what you're going to get later on as your class levels up, whereas you kind of just have to guess at the beginning and be like, well, I think this looks good, and you don't really get to see what some of the things actually look like as you get higher level or assume some of the power. So I don't love that. Heading to what is it? This quest is over. So I didn't realize like how insane some of the cleric spells are. Also, something I didn't realize until probably too long. I turned off tutorials because I didn't want the tutorials to tell me stuff. But something I probably could have figured out way sooner was that when on all your spells, if they have a diamond in the corner that's filled in, that means they're instant cast. And if they're not, if it has a diamond that's not filled in, that means it has a cast time, which I did not realize on shorthand, which made my spell casting a lot more optimal because then I could decide whether I want to do instant cast or non-instant cast spells without having to like scan through every single spell. 29. Boom, it's Eidolon of Shadow time. I don't need the cosmetic. It's the real thing, baby. Which means, guess what? I'm centered now. And it's a favored weapon now. I'm centered and using a favored weapon. How cool is that? I can now use a stance, so now I can enter Ocean Stance. Oh my god. And it's the real thing. Oh, yeah. At all? Yeah. There's also a bug currently. There's also a bug currently in the game where you can't deconstruct shards that you've crafted, which is a feature that you used to be able to do. You can't do that. So it's going to get fixed at some point. Goes up. Let's go. To use Keon besides Sacred Flame Empowerment. Oh yeah, Sacred Flame Empowerment. No, I didn't change my spell. No. I'm supposed to get rid of Angel Skin for Sacred Flame Empowerment. No. Witch shards. So when you do the crafting, like Caneth crafting, you create shards to put onto items. But while you're leveling, you only get experience from crafting the shards. So what you would often do is you create a bunch of shards, then you deconstruct them to get the essences back, then create, then deconstruct, then create, then deconstruct, and that levels you up pretty fast. But you can't do that right now. There's a shrine. There is a shrine. Well, it's mostly to get the essences back. That's all. How's my head? Better today. I still have some nausea left over, but my light sensitivity is a lot better, and my head doesn't hurt as much. Insider info for any future possible hardcore server? No, I don't. I don't get that type of insider info. I would like it though. But yeah, really enjoying Pillars of Eternity. I really like the world and the characters and the way the story is kind of opening up. Oh, look at them. It's really not that crazy, but I'm just happy I have this weapon. And I'm debuffing enemies now. I'm applying Ooze, minus 10 PRR MRR. I never knew you could deconstruct shards. Oh, you didn't know that? RIP. Yeah, because what you would do is you would make... you would just craft all the level shards and just craft level shards, deconstruct level shards. Craft level shards, deconstruct level shards. That way you're not spending any collectibles, and you can just get the shards back that you need. Whoosh. Big sword damage. Wish Avowed did better. It's a fun game. Yeah, so I didn't play Avowed. And most of what I heard from people online about Avowed is that it was just kind of like, it's just like an RPG, is what I heard from the majority of people. It's not like it's a bad game, but it's not like a spectacular game. So whether you play it or don't play it doesn't really matter that much. I don't know if that's true or not. but I did not realize that it was actually part of the Pillars of Eternity universe. And I really like the story so far in Pillars of Eternity. So I'm going to play Pillars of Eternity. Then I'm going to play Pillars of Eternity 2. And my girlfriend bought Avowed because she's somebody who really, really enjoys Skyrim. Skyrim's her favorite RPG. And then so she got Avowed. And she's like, this feels really, really Skyrim. And then she kind of stopped playing. And I'm like, okay, but I'm going to probably play it. Yeah, I wish there was a new hardcore coming out. That'd be amazing. Contribute to seasonal migraines? True. Again. Enjoy seeing that? Oh, yeah, I did say I was going to do that. I should still do that. Game was very 7 out of 10. That's what I've heard, basically. I'm probably going to play it anyway. Like I said, I'm really enjoying Pillars of Eternity, and the Obsidian is working on an Avowed 2, which means it's going to be better than the first one, so... Because people, after talking about Pillars of Eternity, people are like, yeah, but Pillars of Eternity 2 is basically just a better Pillars of Eternity, which means that by that same logic, given it's Obsidian, Avowed 2 is going to be better than Avowed 1, so I gotta play the first one. It's like, I understand telling people that, you know, hey, you can skip playing Baldur's Gate 1 because Baldur's Gate 2 is so much better, but the problem is, Baldur's Gate 2 is built on the shoulders of Baldur's Gate. You should play them. Oh, God. And no, Avowed 2 is canceled? No, they said that, oh shit. Can I fail this? Oh. Oh. UMD. My UMD is 52. I can't fail this. Anyone got bad UMD? Hit the rocks. Oh, we got a bear. Bear's got horrible UMD. Oh, absolutely.
Something has
yes,
gone
hell
horribly
yeah.
wrong as the wings barriers drop.
Give me XP,
Something
baby.
has gone horribly wrong as the wings barriers.
But yeah, they said that they are obviously working on the new Fallout game, but they also said that they're not, like, the game isn't canceled. It's canceled in terms of production. That's not their mainline thing, but they did say they're sticking like a very small team on it. And hey, listen, if they got 6 people on it, that might take a very, very long time for it to eventually turn into something, but it means it's still there. I gotta play Divinity and Divinity 2, but not the first of the respective series. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I also do understand that. I really struggle with playing like the later games that they're playing where they came from, especially if it's something that's going to be like a continuation of something, because I really like knowing where that's going to be coming from. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of like getting the experience to go like, okay, this comes into this and comes into this. I don't like to, especially I like to be able to get references or recognize characters. I don't know specifically why that is something that I like to do, but yeah, it's just kind of how I am. Maybe it's just no, I rolled a 1. Years of being trained by Marvel movies. It's like, who is that guy? What happened? I didn't watch Thor in the Dark World. That's the only Marvel movie I didn't watch because everyone told me it sucked, and I believe them. It seems like it sucked. It's universally hated, so I didn't watch it. But I also don't know what happens in it. What if there's a reference to the movie somewhere in another movie? I'll never know. I didn't watch it. I didn't, though. I did skip it. Okay, I need to get it. Oh, I have the key, right? Yeah, I have the key. Yeah, so we'll see. Like I said, I'm going to play it anyway.
Off to you.
Eternals, but it's a very low bar. Yeah. Oh man, Eternals, what a movie. That is something you're allowed to watch on the TV screen. It's crazy. Definitely something that should be like a crime and not legally be allowed to watch.
As the shade falls, something shatters in the cell she came from. A small jeweled key.
Palworld was just on
tinkles
sale.
to
Didn't
the
surprise me how
ground.
good that game is. Yeah, I never got into Palworld specifically because I just don't really like crafting style games.
Guard your back.
So like your kind of Minecrafty like survival style game, I just really don't have much of an
The
interest
head
in.
wizard
I've tried multiple games to try to break
without
through it, whether
breaking
it's like
her
actually trying to play
heart and
Minecraft with
spell.
different groups of people to try to enjoy it, dabbling in other types of survival games. My brother's a big Ark guy. He loves Ark, plays Ark all day, every day. I'm actually like shocked by how much Ark he plays, where I'll like talk to him, and he'll show me something, and then like 2 days later he'll be like, yo, check this out. And he built like an underwater like jigsaw trap puzzle to like shove his friends into, and I'm like, and it's like this giant underground labyrinth with traps and it's a huge maze, and I'm like,
Zelda curses with her dying breath.
that's crazy.
You have only hastened.
Cows? Oh, I love that. Crafting open world survival games. Cows. Excellent.
We were a bit late to stop the spell, I'm afraid. But look up. One of the marvels of antiquity. Alive before you are greeted by cold whipping winds and the
Conan and
brightness of an
Dune.
open
Yeah,
sky.
are they?
Glacier,
Oh, this is a stupid question. They're obviously still making Dune, right? Like the video game. Are they still developing that? I haven't heard any Dune news. Like Dune came out, everybody was playing Dune. I knew lots of people that were playing Dune, and I haven't heard about Dune since. Are they still is Dune? Are they still doing Dune, or is that just like a one and done? Story updates and stuff? Okay, that's cool. I really gotta watch the Dune movies at some point, because isn't the third one coming, or the last Dune movie coming out soon? So I really gotta watch the first two. Self-hosting tech to players. Honestly, with that style of game, that's exactly what you need. You need to give players the tools so they can like kind of effectively make their own game at that point.
From beyond.
Smart decision. Their style made it really hard time getting through the game. I can see that. I always found it really funny how you would see people online. Somebody would point out, they're like, hey, most of these, not most of them, but a lot of the pals are literally just one-to-one Pokemon. And people would be like, actually, they're totally unique and interesting designs. It's like, no, dude. No, they're not. There's probably a lot of really interesting and completely unique pals that they made that no one's ever seen before. There's so many that are just good, and that's okay. It's just derivative. It's fine. No one's saying that the game is bad because, you know, there's a Pokemon that is, or a pal that looks almost identical
A
to.
magic barrier secures a story
Oh yeah, there.
full of never-ease valuables. The magic barrier to the store. Amid the storeroom's clutter are 4 ornate chests.
Weird about a new
The
whale
chest
looking like
in
a
the
whale.
back right
I saw it. It
corner
looks like
shows
Kyogre.
signs of being used recently.
Most people claiming the models weren't ripped directly, and they weren't. Well, yeah, they're true. They weren't ripped directly. That's fine. They just traced over some of them. There's copies and rip-offs of fan art? 100%. Absolutely. Similar to any D&D races? Yeah, 100%. It's the same thing. It's like, I think that it's, I don't know the right way to put this. I don't care if something is derivative of something else, as long as it's good and interesting and does something that makes you understand. Oh my god, I can't speak. But makes you like kind of understand like what they were going for, whether it's a different art direction or something else like that. I really don't care. Whether something is like The one-to-one copied are the same. That's for the courts to figure out. Okay, that's for when people get sued and they do something like that. I don't care.
Do you like my flying glacier?
But like,
it would have been much prettier if you hadn't wrecked my comrade's spell and lodged the
people,
mythology.
there was the whale thing where it's like the whale looks like a Kyogre. I'm like, it does. It literally does. I've read it. No, I have not read Dune. I have not engaged in any Dune content. The closest I've come to playing Dune is playing the like Red Alert style Dune video game for a very short period of time.
I do have an entire army at my
So
disposal.
I should probably engage
I
with
am
Dune.
more than willing to use it.
Guy left, right? Yeah. I can even think of a really good example of like things that are very different from one another. And the closest example I can think of is in the 90s. Both Digimon and Pokemon were coming out around the same time. And the Pokemon and Digimon designs are literally completely 100% different. They don't look at all.
Why should I waste perfectly
There might be like one or two crossovers, but if you look at like the the main Pokemon from the first 150 and all of the Digimon that appear in like the first like couple seasons of the show or the early games, they don't look anything alike. They're completely different. Because they come from like a different perspective, where Pokemon tries to basically take an animal and then be like, it's animal plus X. Digimon was very much more concerned with like making something that would make more sense inside of like a computer or video game, so they all have to be more action oriented or like extremely cute, so that way they make sense in like a, because it's meant to be like, oh, they're basically stepping inside of a computerized world. So it's something that does exist as opposed to something that doesn't. So it kind of informs the art direction. I'm not saying that either one has incredible art, but you can see that they're two concepts that are kind of derivative. People hanging out with animal-like things that do whatever, with similar names, but they come out looking very different. So by contrast, when you look at stuff like it's not crazy to see why people make inferences with the Power World stuff, where a lot of them would look much closer to Pokemon than Digimon look. For coming around to this legend.
enough of the pleasantries.
Behold, the fury of Netheril shall fall upon you.
People on it on average, they have to buy advertising a survival mode rather than a survival crafting game with large servers. I mean, to be fair, it is like a lot of these large crafting games are MMOs. They're massively multiplayer online games. They're just like not World of Warcraft. Dragon Quest monsters from 1986? Oh, they probably did, 100%. I can believe that. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Oh, pillars! I could keep this glacier floating myself.
I think this has gone far enough. Do I need to come down there and finish you myself?
Race from Terra. People alone or you can kill gods with beach balls and banana peels. Beach balls and banana peels, what the heck? A few years ago, kept falling off the glacier. Any tips to stay on while blinded by the pink glare? Yeah. Go to options, go into graphics, advanced graphics, and turn off post-processing effects, video post, and you don't have the purple at all.
How about here?
So just turn off video post-processing effects, and then you don't have to worry about it. I'm out of everything. I don't have my chronic conviction. I don't have my breath. I got nothing.
Falling out of the sky! You have paid with your lives, as I with mine.
But yeah, this is one of the reasons why we've talked about this before, but people have been asking like, hey, when are we going to get a new class in Dungeons & Dragons Online? And I don't want to be rude to anybody, but it's really, really hard to add an entirely new class that doesn't do something that already exists in DDO. Like, the concept of psionics come up where it's like, well, yeah, but you could add psionics to the game. But psionics are like, it's just magic. It's just magic with a different way of getting there. You would just be playing as a spellcaster, which is kind of the same thing. So this is one of the reasons why I really like the archetypes as a concept, because the archetypes would allow you to do psionics, but it's more thematic and easier for the developers to do, instead of making one psionic class that has like, oh, this is what it would look like if you had like a psychic character. Maybe they have like psychic warrior, and maybe they have soul knife, maybe they have scion, and whatever, they can do stuff. Or you could make psychic archetypes that is like, oh, psychic warrior is a fighter archetype that uses psionic powers. Then you pull in the psionic abilities of something that already exists. So you get to branch in a different direction, but it keeps it grounded in what we already have, as opposed to just making a new class for the sake of making a new class. Because you have to either string together too many disparate ideas to try to make one thing cohesive, make a character that can do everything so it kind of can't do anything, or it's too good at certain things, or you go more direct and you still get to have the same idea. How the heck do I get the left port and Evening Star Cavern to turn on? Isn't the left port the Underdark? Don't you just have to walk into the Underdark? I'm like pretty sure you just walk into the Underdark. The genre is the Monster Rancher games. I never played Monster Rancher. I watched the TV show a couple times when I was a kid. Nice. Doing an XP check now. Oh, weird. Now I'm looting all of the items because I want to break everything down for materials. I need cannons crafting materials. Do you think the barbarian archetype is going to be wild barbarian that focuses on wild magic? God, I hope not. Psionic after Alchemist. They said adding about 60 spells are absolutely never doing that again. Yeah, and that's the other thing. They said they're like, yeah, we're never doing that again. That was too much work. Which again makes sense why instead of doing that, you get a psionic archetype. So you can make like a psionic wizard that gets like 2 psychic spells per level, so they're only making 18 spells total and not a whole class. Totem Barbarian. I need 200k XP. I'm gonna have to do something. I don't know what. But deconstruct real quick. They definitely need an add all button for this. 100%. That'd be great. Somebody wants to join my group. We just finished. I don't know what to do next. Do we have? Did I do? No, I didn't do this one. This quest. This quest right here. We'll do this quest instead. Do Study in Sable. Sable. Why Study in Sable? I don't know. I don't know what else to do. Study in Sable. Get rid of Stormhorns, R1. Study in Sable. Cash in 6 sagas. Yeah, I just don't have all the sagas. I didn't do any of the actual Evening Star quests. I did a bunch of weird stuff level in this character.
Ahead. It's hard to believe this grand estate was the scene of a savage attack. The spectral form of a woman suddenly appears. Stop him. My journals. A djinn glides toward you. Welcome.
Oh, you didn't take the quest? Yeah, that might affect it.
The chambers of Sable Manor have been shuttered. For the sun rises and a new day
I'm not going to attempt to save any of the guests. I just do not feel like it.
The smell of brimstone drifts down the... Someone or something has opened the door leading into the abandoned west.
Let's get them all out of here. You think they'll add legendary active versions of heroic only quests and vice versa at some point? There's not a lot of quests that are heroic only or epic only. I mean, I guess there's a lot of heroic only quests, but those get added over time. Like, that's just been happening. So, for example, like Catacombs was heroic only, Valeris was heroic only, stuff like that. So, like, we will get more of those as time moves on. I don't see that changing. But they'll be updating that. I don't think there's any legendary quests that aren't heroic. Pretty much every legendary quest gets a heroic version. The only ones I can think of is stuff like Brothers of the Forge doesn't have a heroic version. I guess Study in Sable doesn't have a heroic version.
Explore the manor. Find an item to detect whether a guest is one of the vampires.
Haunted Halls of Evening Star doesn't have a heroic version.
Save them if you
I don't know if they
can.
would ever go and take the time to do that, though. It's a lot of extra work for, like,
The orb of
there's already so many
sunlight
quests in
pulsates
DDO, and it is kind of cool that there are some quests that are, like, locked to certain areas, so you have to do them at a certain power level or with certain abilities. I actually don't mind that personally. Precious Cargo. The thing is, they should lock Precious Cargo out of the game. Yeah, the new X-Pack's amazingly beautiful. I love it. It looks incredible. Hey, buddy. Guess what? Have a look at this. Oh,
This
it wasn't him.
is not currently under the vampire's control. Night falls on Sable Manor.
Yeah, but you could just do Mystic Thurge as like a wizard prestige class or like a wizard archetype or something. Like, I don't think it would be that crazy.
Strange
I'm
sounds
gonna say
resonate from deep below the manor house.
So they could do that.
Something is moving.
I
down
wanted the
in
idea
wine
of a
cellar.
Archon. So it's the Wizard Archon, and basically it's a class that learns to channel like the magic of light. So like all sorts of light spells. You get Sunbeam and other light
So
spells,
powerful
plus a
that
few
it
like
would
unique
send
light
even
spells.
an elf
But you
to
cast them in an
dream.
arcane capacity, so basically learning how to channel specific types of divine energy. So not getting any healing spells, just like the light damaging spells, but channel it through arcane. And I think that would be really cool. I'd love to see something like that. It would be kind of like a mix. What do you say about Precious Cargo? I hate that quest, and I wish it was not in the game. I would like it to be deleted. Mystic Bottle crafting? Yeah. It's, it used to be used for crafting, and now it's still used for crafting for specific recipes. I don't think it's useful for any recipe in the game. If you don't know how to use it, or you don't have one, like, don't worry about it. I think I might have some banked away, but here we did. You wanted to add another class? Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I really like the archetype system because it's a much more elegant way of adding something that
This sturdy
feels
trap
new.
is perfect for
genuinely.
household rodents.
But like Arcane Trickster is a great example. It's just a spellcaster, but it feels new because it does something entirely different. You do Ring of Fire. Oh, the challenge? Oh man, the challenge. I haven't even thought about the challenge. Great idea.
You
I haven't thought about
deftly
those
snare
challenges
the
in a
rat
long
and put
time.
the caged
Do an
animal inside
Evening
your
Star
pack.
challenge? I'm gonna wait for somebody to shove the rat in somebody's face. But yeah, I really like the new expansions. Like, the quests are amazing and the visuals are amazing. I want the I just want the bugs to be fixed so we can just like play it.
You have uncovered one of the
That's it.
vampire's throat. The sun
Once the bugs are
rises,
fixed, I'm gonna be
and
playing a
new day
ton of the new
begins.
expansion. But I'm gonna wait for the bugs to be fixed. The bugs. Bugs.
Wood
It's
creaks
maze.
and leaves rustle in the back garden. It's as if the plants themselves.
Yeah, I haven't even.
have
I
grown.
used to run those.
The gate
Fun fact: I
leading
used to run
into
those
the hedge
literally
with
every past life.
twisting passages of the toy labyrinth.
Every single past life, I did all the Evening Star challenges.
almost
I haven't done the
feels
Evening
like
Star
you're
challenges in years.
Deep into the maze's animated by magic, the topiary lion springs into action. This map is covered with moving magical.
Raid, we heading into that place.
Tiny
I'm not sure
pictures
what the
of
plan for the raid is.
grouse
I
and
assume that it's Terror of Demogorgon.
humble
There's going to be a
shack
reason for
corner
us
of
to
the
chase
hedge
Demogorgon down,
serves as the
or it's going to be
groundskeeper's
Dwiblex. He's going to be the raid boss. I'm not sure. I assume it's either going to be we chase down Demogorgon,
This is a pet's chew toy.
back
shaped
to hell,
like a colorful
and then deal with it, or because it's like, oh, we can't leave Demogorgon here, it's too dangerous. Or we have to do something with Druidlex, because Druidlex has shown up in a couple of different quests. They could do some type of Chronomancer sort of thing, some type of time-based thing. I'm going to be a boring basic kid. I never liked time magic. This is not me saying time magic is bad in video games or anything. I just personally never liked it.
This guest is not currently under the vampire's control.
Another character? Did I TR? This is a different character. I'm currently working on my characters to get, trying to get all of them to the level cap.
On Sable Manor.
Whoop.
Something clanks and clatters far above in the attic.
Your forces with Druidlex to fight an enemy. We kind of already had something like that in Vecna Unleashed. I don't know if they would do the, like, you know, join forces with all the bad guys to fight the even bigger bad guy again so soon. Multi-bosses raid like the old ones. I actually don't like multiple boss raids, and there's a specific reason for this.
There's no sign of movement inside.
It's not like other MMORPGs where if I'm playing like World of Warcraft, if you wipe on boss 3, you just try again on boss 3 immediately. If you're playing DDO, if you wipe on boss 3, you gotta fight boss 1 and 2 again, which means that they have a lot of mechanics that are involved, or heaven forbid, boss 2 is harder than boss 3. Yeah, there's no checkpointing system. Because there's no checkpointing, I really don't like multi-boss raids in DDO. The build of the force damage sword. This is the build of the force damage sword. Not only that, I'm using it.
Stretched out on a platform high atop the roof.
I'm using the force damage sword. The Eidolon of Shadow. But guess what? Look at this. Whoa.
You have uncovered
Get
one of the
'em.
vampire's thrall runs off to join the master.
I'm centered. That's right. I'm centered. Yeah, I actually have key now. And I can use my key. I'm still not. I have Ocean Stance activated. I'm running down Ocean Avenue right now. I got my dodge kicking at 33%. Or if I want to pick up some more damage, I activate Fire Stance. And then boom, I lose some dodge. So I'm still at 27, so I'm still at the dodge cap. But then all of a sudden, I've got Sun Stance, giving me some extra key, as well as getting crit multi on a 19 or 20.
It took time to break the still. What are a few days to one who
I'm gonna fix it later. I just don't feel like fixing it now.
To be free. And now, but let me introduce myself properly. I am the first and only Lord Sable. With a harsh laugh, Lord Sable screams as the light sears his flesh. Come to me, the pillar.
We got some damage. We're still missing a lot of damage, so if you're like, damn, Stream Tom, your damage doesn't seem that great. You're right. We're still missing quite a few pieces. Nice, we got him. Good job, team. Oh shit, there's a bunch of monsters over here. Alright, since it was suggested by Ipsum, and I'm susceptible to suggestion, we are going to do Ring of Fire. I got Hunter Slayer, nice. Alright, Ring of Fire, Evening Star, Challenge, next. Take care. That go with the take care. You have Vicious TR for different spell choice? True. Now I want to finish like every quest and get the loot specifically so I can get more items so I can break them down. There's the entrances. Ring of Fire is inside the Evening Star Cavern. Of course I know which one is Ring of Fire. But the real question is, Ipsum, do you know where Azure Skies is? Seems like somebody doesn't know where Azure Skies is. Haven't played this game in years. You should. EDO is actually like kind of fun. Oh, did I swap spells? Boom. Take a flame empowerment. Why is the key there? Ring of Fire. Wow, this guy's having fun in the video game? Holy moly.
Above, a huge red dragon calls out to you as you enter the arena.
What are these
We have to wait for everyone to be in before we ring the gong, or else it locks people out.
Is it possible these insects
I'm gonna
wish to
refill my
fight?
water real quick. Also, it's crazy.
Very well.
Crazy Pierces. How you
Ring
doing?
the gong if you wish to test yourself.
Grab water.
Survive 3 rounds, and you'll earn the right to fight our best champions for glory and wealth. Well, now, what's this? They've accepted the challenge. They may be small and weak and stink of humans, but let's give them a chance anyway. Seal the arena. Let the games begin.
No, I'm back. I'm back. The mobs aren't gonna eat me. It's the pyrachnids. No. I forgot this quest is just like 30 minutes. Yeah, Ipsum said do Ring of Fire, and I'm like, you know what? Fine, we will do Ring of Fire. It's been a little while. Do these cap out at 30? I thought you could do higher than level 30, but we're running it at 30. Honestly, I wouldn't know whether they cap out at 30 or not. Do Haunted Halls of Evening Star? I would do Haunted Halls of Evening Star, but I can't because I don't want to. It's really unfortunate. Dude, I can't even get to the monsters. They spawn too slowly. Remember when this was a challenge?
Round 1 is finished. Begin the second round.
Get red dragon scales in here? You can. I like those people cheering too. You can hear all the cheers in the background. People are like, yeah! As, like we're just obliterating the monsters. There's the big dragon, Aptorix. I do remember back in the day struggling with stuff like this. Oh, how the times have changed. When lava in video games were scary. Fun fact, the new expansion has new lava. It's called Very Hot Lava, and it is dangerous. So be very careful if you're doing it on heroics. It doesn't have lava, it's now very hot lava, which is very high damage.
That ends round 2. The fleas fight on, but wait. What's this? From the flame. Congratulations, Wurm.
I didn't even see where he came from. It just died instantly.
Let's see if you're ready to take on the Horde. The longer you last, the greater.
Out of the Horde to glory until time runs out.
Also seek glory by challenging a champion or two. Ring a challenge.
No, laugh at it by just turning very hot. No, but it's like very hot for lava standards, you know? Like imagine how hot lava is, and now imagine very hot lava. It's like regular lava, but even hotter. It's like the temperature, it just keeps going up. All the way up. That temperature never stops rising. That's what we're talking about. McDonald's coffee, hot lava.
Summoned a furious spirit of fire and earth.
Dude, learning that like,
The courage to face it.
what was it? That was like in the 90s. It was like that lady got burned by the hot coffee at McDonald's. Learning that the McDonald's hot coffee
The challenge of the elemental.
at the time, they were selling that shit at like, I think it was like 160 degrees Fahrenheit or something. Like easy scalding temperature. That's crazy to me. Yeah, like really crazy stuff. Like in their car and then not drink it for like 10 minutes. Yeah, that's. Now I can't really comment anymore because I can't drink coffee anymore. I haven't had any coffee in over a month. Wild. No coffee and nothing to drink. Nothing at all. I am but a vessel for water and food. The upside of not drinking any coffee or not drinking any alcohol is I've actually just been spending almost all of my energy eating healthy. Which has been good for my body, but very bad for my mental state. I may at some point decide to start drinking decaf because I just like having a hot. It's just nice to have a hot drink, and I like the ritual of having a coffee every day. So I may switch to decaf. Do I drink black coffee? No, I drink no coffee. I can't because I'm on some medication and I can't drink any. I can't have caffeine anymore. So it's no caffeine whatsoever. Go nuts. See, I thought the same thing, and honestly, after a week, I didn't really notice anymore. Oh, did you? In the past? Oh, sorry. My ability to read is very low. You know, surprise to nobody. I'm a streamer. No, I did not drink black coffee. I used to put oat milk in my coffee. Every day, just a little bit of oat milk every day. I didn't put sugar in my coffee. Oh my god, what a link. The hell is this? Video add broccoli versus beholder? What? I have no idea what this is. I didn't get the reference. Anyways, but no, I didn't drink black coffee. I put oat milk in my coffee. I just like oat milk. It's tasty, and it saved me time from like putting sugar in my coffee, so I didn't put any sugar in. I don't have ship buffs right now. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't putting sugar in my coffee. Having a good time. That ad is why we have the LFB emote? Really? Interesting. Because I remember when the game released with Looking for Ham. And I remember, because when I started playing this game, I was 13 in 2005. Being told by grown-ups, they're like, yeah, if you wait long enough, you actually do get, it slowly adds ham into your inventory, which you can eat to get your health back. Dude, I was like, what? That's crazy. Wow, cool. It doesn't do that. And I am not willing to tell you guys how long I sat waiting for ham to enter my inventory with Looking for Ham. It took me a long time to figure it out. Yeah, I you know, like many of you, I was susceptible as a child to like somebody telling me something and immediately believing it, because why wouldn't you immediately believe something? So like, as an example, with the original Super Smash Bros, there was a kid on the playground who was like, oh, this one's real. There's a kid on the playground who was like, oh, did you know that if you beat you have to beat Super Smash Bros, the story mode, with one stock on the hardest difficulty, and if you beat the entire thing, it unlocks Charizard in the game to play. I was like, dude, you can get Charizard? I spent so many hours trying to beat that game with only one stock, and I never did. I only ever got to the second last stage where you have to fight all the wireframes, and it's just too many enemies at the same time. Yeah, exactly. That's why I didn't unlock Charizard. Yep. Yeah, I never got it, unfortunately. The original Super Smash. Not TV because the children's television are gaslit you thinking they could hear? No, I never did that. I understood how the function of TV pretty early. I do remember Turbine. Did you know that if you type /death, it will tell you how many times your character died? Yeah, they actually intentionally disabled /death on hardcore because of that, because they didn't want people to get bamboozled. Because, you know, it's always funny when somebody is like, oh, how do I fix this thing? Like, I've got this weird thing on my screen. You go, oh, Alt F4, and then you just watch somebody go link dead. Like, that's just funny. That will never not be funny. I apologize if you've been got by the Alt F4, but it's 2026. If somebody says, oh, fix this thing by typing Alt F4 or doing that, and you do it, I don't know what to tell you. Shit, man, that's so funny. That will never not be funny. I forgot that we have to wait an extra 5 minutes when the dragon comes down. Okay, milk shit's goated. Yeah, the milk is good. I don't know how you milk in oats, but people figure it out. Science, man. Science got that. But that was one of the things that was like kind of magical about like early gaming, is that there wasn't a lot of concrete information and sources. People couldn't just like look through game code to answer questions almost immediately. It took time for people to solve puzzles. There wasn't like large aggregate news sites. Like right now, if somebody figures out a secret in a large video game that's meant to have a secret, actual journalists will be writing about it on websites. You'll find articles on websites explaining secrets and all sorts of other stuff. Whereas back in the day, you don't have, you're playing Dungeons & Dragons Online when it comes out. People don't even know how to play the game. You know what I mean? So if you find a secret, something that, or like a special trick or something else, you don't know if it's real or not. And so you kind of just have to trust other people and talk to them about it. And so it's really weird. I don't know how I feel about like the modern day version of like playing online games, where if a game is popular at all, nothing stays secret. Versus with small games, like especially indie games, if it's a small game from a small studio and a lot of people aren't playing it, there is something kind of magical about there being like an incomplete wiki. Like you go to a wiki page and there isn't really any good information because like people just don't know the answer to your question. You're like, how does this work? People don't know, or there's not enough big enough community for people to like put that information together. So you're kind of just like playing the game to figure it out. Yeah, I kind of miss that part of gaming back in the day, having like the magic. But I don't know how I feel about it overall. It comes from people's desire to complete things quickly as well, or to do things the best way, which I understand. As somebody who plays a lot of video games, I do get people's desire to like complete content as quickly as possible, or to be like, what's the best way to do X, Y, or Z? If I'm playing like a hard RPG, I just want to know what the best character is. I don't want to have to like figure it out. Just tell me what the best build is, and I'll just go from there. Bullshit, because the devs knew it would be found by data miners anyway. Yeah. Well, it's like this thick tome right here, okay? This is the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion official game guide, and it is massive. It's massive. It has so much information in it. And the thing about it is that I remember this being so magical at the time because you can read, they have a section at the back called Freeform Quests, which just tells you about all sorts of stuff you can just do in the world. Of like, oh yeah, did you know that this person's going to be here and they have this item on them, and if you pickpocket them you can get it, which is a really cool sword early in the game, and here is their schedule about where they go so you can try to find them. And it's like, there's just so much wacky stuff in here that you'd literally never believe. And it was really cool to have all of this and to see this. Yeah, and super, like, the production value of this book is amazing. I've had this for years. I've read it like 10 times over front to back. Because oftentimes I wasn't allowed to play video games during the week as a child. I could only play on weekends, but I was allowed to read the book. And so this book is full of so many insane secrets that is like unimaginable. I couldn't even, it's something that you just can't really get. And having something like this where it's like full of those secrets, where you play the game for a while and then all of a sudden it's like, whoa, like this was your best bet to get information back today. You had to go get like a physical. Versus nowadays, you can get information literally everywhere. And a lot of it is, and it just like instantaneously gives you the answer you want to know. So it kind of like discourages like seeking, if that makes sense, like looking for things, because you're just like, The benefit of a book is you can just flip the page and find the next thing. Whereas the weird thing about a wiki or a website is you go to exactly the thing that you want, and then all you have is exactly the thing that you want, and you aren't then encouraged to find a new thing that you didn't know you wanted. If that makes sense. I am Capid. Thanks, team. Take care. Power Super Mario reprinted guide in Swedish. Oh, hell yeah. It's got full stage layouts for every stage? Oh, man. And tips as Raccoon Mario? Raccoon Mario. A real bread recipe in it? That's pretty good. It's a recipe for bread in a video game, like manual or strategy guide. Amazing. Okay, paying attention time. So I could take Epic Precision. I could take the martial arts feats to get legendary martial arts. I'm kind of tempted to try out Strength of Arms on this build. I don't have overwhelming critical. So it's Strength of Arms, Giga Strength of Arms, Ultra Strength of Arms. Presumably. That makes sense to me. I do want to try it. We're going to take Strength of Arms, and then we're going to try Legendary Strength of Arms at 33. Then I got a Legendary feat. Legendary feat is obviously probably Arborea, because Arborea gives Imbue Dice 20 melee range power. Just seems like that makes the most sense, and +2 enhancement bonus. The only other option is Scion of the Ethereal Plane, which gives 5 melee range power and 6 sneak attack dice. But I think I want more raw melee power for my Strength of Arms, so I think we're going to hit Arborea, which makes the most sense.
Something strange
Right.
has been sighted off
Then
the
we're gonna level up.
coast of Stonebridge. The mysterious Isle
And I
of
get
Dread.
a feat. Oh yeah, an Epic Destiny
Speak to
feat.
Wolf, the gatekeeper in Stonebridge Harbor, to learn more about this land of dinosaurs and danger.
Oh man. Probably just legendary. Oh, legendary aim is a ranged thing only. Legendary toughness, 100 hit points. I don't want Arcane Warrior. Can I use Arcane Warrior? No, I took Monk instead of Warlock. So it's like Deific Warding or Crush Weakness. Crush Weakness isn't bad, especially since I do have Helpless here with Dragon's Roar. So I'm thinking Crush Weakness. It's either Crush Weakness or like Legendary Toughness. So I think I'm going to go with Crush Weakness or Deific Warding because it's 10 PRR. But I think I'm going to go with Crush Weakness because it gives me more damage, and I like damage. That's kind of cool. Take another level. Charisma. All right, so this character is only level 32, so I actually can't take Legendary Strength of Arms yet, which I will have to do later. But I have more points. So now I can take Unparalleled Accuracy for some dodge bypass. I can take Sunder Evil, which is good. I gotta get up here. So how do we get up here? +2 attack. Tactics DCs just seems like it's the way to go, so I'm going to take Tactics DCs. And then that gives access to Lacerator. Gives access to Legendary Rally. Huge. I have the Mantle active, so we're going to grab a Dusk Surge. And then Dusk Surge, Action Hero. Sundering Swings would give me minus 75% fortification on Improved Sunder. The problem is I have to hit with Improved Sunder, and my DC is like not great because it's strength based. So my DC is 40. So I'm not going to take Sundering Swings yet. Not yet. But since I have a lot of levels to go, I do kind of want to hit the strikes here, which seems good. I don't really need most of this stuff. I'm tempted to just go for the extra melee power from Be the Whirlwind. We'll see. You know, when is the Yugoloth rework? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Swipe your spells. I already did. Is there any rare loot this expansion? There's lots of rare loot this expansion. The catalysts are all rare. Auto Sunders? Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Okay, so now, whenever I hit enemies, I'm going to gain temporary HP equal to my melee power, which is currently 185. It'll get a lot higher later, because I don't have any gear, I don't have any filigrees, things like that. So 185 is where I'm currently at. But this should end closer to, like, 400 when I'm done. It's pretty good. Good quick cutter, but not upgraded. Oh, yeah, I didn't upgrade it yet. I will probably have to upgrade it. I forgot about that. So I'd have to do this. And then go here and get the upgraded quick cutter. And this gives me +4 to attack. It's not horrible. Yeah, you don't need to upgrade it for leveling. It's just a sick AoE attack. I don't need to upgrade it for the most part. But this is definitely a good direction to go. What's my double strike right now? Taking it with 61. Okay. All right. I need to step away for a couple minutes here. So I'm just going to hang out. So I'm going to do one of these. You can see the character sheet and the enhancements and the destinies. And I will be back in a couple minutes. I just need to step away. And then I shall return. And then we're going to keep going because I got to level up all the way up to 36. Hello. I'm back. Had to step away for a short time, and I have returned. All right. Time to get some stuff. All right. Next step is continuing to level up. I'm going to quickly, I think, organize my inventory and see if there's any other items I can get. I'm going to, like, sell and stuff, and then maybe do some gear swapping around, because I am level 32 now, so I can wear a lot of epic gear or legendary gear. So I'm going to see if there's some stuff I can improve, and then I'm probably just going to run some legendary sagas until I'm at the level cap here, which is going to take probably a while, but that's okay. I got a bunch of sagas to run, so I'm not terribly worried about it. It's garbage. All right, perfect. So, let's see what kind of items we can drum up. Something that might be mildly interesting. Can you wear the Nintendo Power Glove? It's so bad. I have my own Power Glove at this point, unfortunately. Oh yeah, I forgot. I gotta do my Remnant Rush. Gotta do my Sterling Remnant Rush. You guys, remind me to do my Sterling Remnant Rush later. Okay, let's see what we got in here. What do we got kicking around? That might be useful for my build. I need ship buffs. Don't forget to get ship buffs. Elemental Ring of Acid. I don't really care about that. Heart of Sulamades, Clouded Dreams, Charoon. I can't believe Charoon is a cloak and they still have the necklace art here. It's been so long that it's been like that. It's kind of crazy. Devil Scale Bracers, Fell Blade. Okay, there's pretty much nothing in here I can just use right away. Let's start here. What do we got? Oh yeah, my Heart Shard. Honestly, this does seem like an item I'm probably going to use in this build. Ship Bluffs. Remnant Rush later. And Ship Buffs. And Dino Blade. Ah, Dino Blade. We will be doing Dino Blade. I just don't want to play it right now. Those we're spending remnants on. So, they are what you're looking for generally. My recently added thing. So the Dust of Mythic Power lets you add a mythic bonus to any item you want. What's cool is this applies to any item, which means you can also use it on Caneth crafted gear or regular gear. So if you can't Caneth craft yourself with the new crafting system, you can just do that. You're also looking for the Fragmented Treasures of Myth Draenor. These allow you to get pick any rare item from Myth Draenor, some of which are crazy good, which you might be interested in. And then lastly, the Fragmented Tomes let you get permanent upgrades onto your characters, which are also all cool. Everything is good out of Remnant Rush. For me, because I have gazillions, I do 7 turn-ins, but even the first few are really massive. No, they're from the anniversary event. I will show... You know what? We'll just go do it. Because I can do everything I'm doing here, I can do in the Hall of Heroes. I missed that one? Well, you can do it now. So you didn't miss anything. That's the cool part. It's the entire year. Unless you're in the future and you're already seeing what's happening next year, then unfortunately you're missing out, but at least you know what's going to happen, so you're probably fine. But no, every month it resets, so you can then turn in new remnants on the following month. I just haven't done it yet, and I have to do it before the end of the month before I forget. So we're going to head over here, go to the Guild Airship, which lets me get my ship buffs. I forgot. I even have the remnant boost going, so I pick up more remnants. Right, and then we go to the Hall of Heroes. Who wins the Super Bowl? Good old Super Bowl. Anyway, the guy is down here. So Sterling's right here, and you turn him in. You actually have to have the remnants in your inventory, though, so I gotta get some. I forgot to do that. There we go. Grab 20,000 remnants. Alrighty. So the first one is 100. I got a fragmented treasure, Mr. Nor, nice. The second one is 300. Reaper, Dust of Reaper Power boots, cool. 500. Cards, curse cards, whatever. Oh, I got a card of curse cleansing. Let's go. Oh, baby. I could use some more astral shards. 2,500 remnants. Although, you know what? I could also recurse some items on my warlock. Because I can get rid of that stupid butterfly curse. 8 uncanny cards. Dust of Reaper Power Cloak. And I said I do 7. Otherworldly cards. Garbage. I got a couple cool things. I like the dusts, and I like the fragmented treasure, Mr. Nor. So be happy with that. And the card of curse cleansing, obviously. Obviously, that's a good one. But take the card of curse cleansing. How many of those do I have at this point? Oh god. All right. Back to what I was doing. Before I got distracted. Legendary. So what can we wear here? Scroll it down. I can't wear any of the stuff. Okay. Crystalline wristlet, insightful charisma with curse of unending song, apparently. Charisma, insightful charisma, parrying. Kind of good, but I have all of my attack stats on the bloodstone. Although this is a heroic bloodstone, so we can probably replace that one too. Ring of unbridled might, not good. Frost and flame. I have a lot of garbage. Like really good garbage, a lot of really good augments and stuff. Dino Bone Cloak with Waking Ancestors or Walking Ancestor. It's called different places. You know what's funny? It's called Echoes of Waking Ancestors for the set, but everywhere else is called Walking Ancestor, and I still don't know. Wild stuff. Okay, what else do we got? Oh, Dino Bone Helmet with Force, Spell Crit, Force Spell Crit, Force Spell Crit, Sacred DCs, and Dread Isle Curse. Damn, I don't remember what I used that for. We got a Hag's Heartstone with a bunch of filigrees in it. Wait a minute. What's in here? Why are these in here? I gotta fix that. Hold on. That's not good. Those should not be there. That should not be there. Where's my bag? Get out. Thank you. Thank you. There we go. Ah, fixed. Yeah. So that's basically what happens all the time is I forget to take my filigrees out of stuff. We've got Shaman's Fury, Windlash's Ferocity, Signet of Da'anvi, Legendary Red Raptor Feather, Fate Bluff, Insightful Bluff, Classic, Legendary Wolf Whistle so I can summon werewolves. I mean, honestly, the Hallowed Castigator is just a straight improvement over what I'm using, so I'll just throw that one on there right now. That's just an easy decision. I have a second Legendary Hallowed Castigator. This was a Feather Falling Topaz, and this has a Topaz of Swiftness. So, honestly, I'm just going to delete these. I don't really care. I'm not going to get the augment back. I'll just buy a new one. Duelist Cloak, Quality Accuracy, Quality Deadly, Armor Piercing, Double Strike, versus mine, which is Charisma, Insightful Charisma. Oh, Legendary Turncoat. I don't have the rest of the Legendary part of the family set, but I do have a Legendary Turncoat, which at least has more stats. Just put that on. I lost a little bit of stats, but it's okay. I gained some stats. Collective Sight with Con, Insightful Charisma. Man, I have a lot of garbage in here. Not a lot of good stuff. I'm sure I have good stuff somewhere, but I don't know where. I kind of want to wear this trinket, but I don't want to lose out on the other stats, like the accuracy and stuff. But I don't have a replacement for it, and I don't have an item that I can put on that will replace it and give me the stats back, which is a huge problem. But maybe I do. I don't know. Members of Kindness, Whispering Ring. Oh. Wanking Ancestors, maybe. I have an Epic Bloodstone. I have no idea why I wasn't wearing it. I guess I just forgot to put it on. I guess I'll just use this for now. I guess I just didn't upgrade my gear from level 15, which is kind of funny. Charisma, Insightful Charisma with more dodge, so I might as well just put that on. There we go. That replaces... I'm slowly replacing some of my gear. Just a couple pieces here and there. With epic stuff that I could have already put on many, many levels ago. Yeah. Yeah, not a lot of stuff I actually care for. Unfortunately. Curse of Minor Breath? What? That's crazy. I have a lot of wacky items. I really got to go through my inventory more often. Although, looking at this, I do have the Celestial Ruby, which does give me accuracy. Which is not as much as this, I think. Yeah, it's more. And it's got Seeker Deception. It's also got Melee Power, Topaz, and Swiftness. Yeah, that's the one. What's up, Gwen? How you doing? How are you today? I like the Absorption Gauntlet because it does have Elemental Resistance, Insightful Magical Sheltering. We got the Quality Spell Site. It's got the Fire Absorb on it. Wraithborn Emerald. It's got a Diamond of Insightful Con. Which just seems kind of good to have at this point. We'll already have Insightful Con here. Wait, what am I wearing? Belt of the Ram? I mean, the Bladesworn Bandolier is a pretty huge improvement over the Belt of the Ram. But here's the thing. I just got the effect, which doubles the effect of Ram's Might. So, my damage, I get 4 damage from the belt. What? Where's my damage from my Ram's Might? It doesn't work on the belt? Dude, it also doesn't give me damage. Oh, that's the attack bonus. It does give damage. I'm blind. I'm blind. I'm blind. I'm looking at the wrong place. I'm blind. I'm blind. Ignore me. I'm blind. I'm blind. I'm blind. Anyway, we're going to put that on the Bladesworn Bandolier. It's actually a really good item, you guys. Anyway. Alright, well, I guess this is good enough. God, I love the Goggles of Dusk. What a good item. Signa of Dawn V with crazy augments. Alright. No, it does only work with a spell. Whatever, it's good enough. I have a legendary sword. I could probably put filigree in my sword here. Although I don't know where my
I shall
sentient
attend to
jewel
it in a
is.
trice.
And I honestly couldn't tell you what weapon it is. Is it in the outburst? No, it's not. But
I shall
apparently
attend to
he
it
was
in a
using the
trice.
outburst, which is cool. Also, Rat, thank you so much for giving 5 subs. That's extremely kind of you, dude. I really appreciate it. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Thanks so much for giving 5 subs to the channel. Welcome to the Shrimp Team, Codeine42, Metal Gear War, Logan Black,
I
Risa
shall
Blue,
attend
and
to it in a
Splashy.
trice.
And thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. I hope the R10 was fun last night. I did not join.
I shall
I
attend
was
to it in a
very
trice.
tired after stream ended, and I immediately went and lie down. So unfortunately, I did not participate in the R10. But I hope it was a good time. I have heard that the spitting oozes are very dangerous in R10. I don't know how true that is, but this is what I have heard. Okay. Where's my sentient jewel? It's not in any of these items, which makes me a little nervous. Uh-oh. Magmatic Reaver? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where's my sentient jewel, guys? There's no items here. Uh-oh. My sentient jewel disappear on me? Uh-oh. I don't have an item with a sentient jewel in it. That's not good. That's not good. This is the opposite of good. On another character? It shouldn't be on another character. It should be on this one. This is the character I was playing. Uh-oh. I know I have a sentient jewel. I haven't done a lot of endgame, but I know I have one. But yeah, it looks like all of these items don't have a sentient jewel in them. Well, fortunately for me, that is a problem for later. I don't need to get a sentient item right now. I just need to level up to the level cap of 32. No, 36. Whatever. So, 7,500 kill. Oh, there's a Slayer group. Legendary hard. Looking for death deferral. I don't know what that means. Well, time to just do what we can. What level is Ravenloft? Is Ravenloft 31? Barovia. It's 31. Barovia is 31. So it's 35 is the cap for Rebirth. XP. Ravenloft R1. No, that's not what I wanted to type. Barovia. There we go. Because if you kill the XP if you're over leveled. So now we're just gonna get some experience points, baby. Speaking of acquiring experience points, do you guys like acquiring gambling? Oh my god, this fast. Yep. Oh, this person didn't accept my invite.
You stumble through the thick mists. You spot a
All right.
corpse in the
This should be
grass
fine.
near the
I'm not
abandoned
terribly
car.
worried. My character's like reasonably strong, and I have a lot of stats and numbers and stats and items and stats and effects. So it should be okay. We'll find out.
From down the road, you hear
welcome.
the sounds of harsh growls. The soldier looks up at you. His face.
In the event
strangely
that I need more power, we'll
Halt.
figure that out later.
Do you serve You hear howling in the distance.
But yeah, we're gonna
A
just
raven
pretty much just
cries
slam all of the
somewhere
expansion
overhead.
sagas until we're level 36. And it makes it much easier to level up.
Why would someone put so many scarecrows to guard a road in the middle of the forest?
This is pretty straightforward. So we can do this, and we can do Sharn, and we can do Saltmarsh, and we can do blah 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 blah, and then just keep doing expansion sagas until
You
we
hear
hit
a
the cap.
branch snap behind you.
Although I may, as opposed to actually taking XP from the final reward, I might take. Oh, that reminds me. I do this and this and this. Okay, there we go. Instead of taking XP from the final reward, I might take the cards actually. We have a warlock. That's fun. Give me that temp HP, warlock.
Batters to the ground. As you recover, you realize you can hear noise from up the road to the east.
We're
same
the
way
fastest
you
group I've ever seen. Well, it's because everyone needs to level up right now, right? And so people are just going to do whatever gives them experience. And the XP in Ravenloft is not the greatest, fortunately. But, you know, we're doing what we can. All right, we got a full group. Hell yeah. Let's go. Do that from 30. Yeah, but there's enough expansions. If you own all the expansion content, it's not too bad to just like rip your way through. What's the build today? The build today is Purple Paladin. So we're playing as a purple or Sacred Fist, Purple Dragon Knight, using Charisma to hit and damage, using the purple sword, Eidolon of Shadow, because this sword gets access to Sovereign or Constricting Nightmare, which is a -10 physical magical resistance rating debuff that is very uncommon on endgame items, meaning most people are not applying it. So as a result, we are basically going to be running through the game with a pure force damage dealing weapon, allowing me to ignore pretty much all of the damage reduction effects from every single monster in the entire game, which is kind of cool because, as I mentioned before, this weapon does pure force damage.
Mind the step. It's squeak. Here we are.
To the 36
You've
within
got
1 hour of the
something in the
update. Yeah,
middle
you
of
can
the
saga
room.
prep if you really wanted to.
Something small and
I had no interest in saga prepping, so I did not.
We've been here so long. We want to rest. Take us to a nice place to rest. tired. We want to rest now. You found the
And so now we're
secret
just kind of
door.
blasting through Ravenloft. Then we'll be
It leads
blasting
down
through
to
Sharn.
the
Then we'll be
basement.
blasting through Saltmarsh. Then we're going to be
Where the
blasting
monster
through,
is.
or
Beyond
Feywild.
the secret door, a dusty stairwell leads
Oh,
down into
oh, I can't. I'm
darkness.
not facing the target because it's behind me. Because the monsters aren't attacking me. They're attacking some other people in the group. Lol. That was already done. Nice. Yeah, I'm not a big prepper for that sort of thing. I don't know. I just like don't mind playing the expansion and then like getting the. Where do you do this? We click them. There we go. I don't mind playing the expansion and then just like unlocking things as I go. In Lord of the Rings Online in my guild, there were several people that did the prepping where they've had their quest log because you can have like 50 or 60 quests. They had like 60 quests completed on many characters, so they could log in and had characters automatically jumping up for like 4 levels upon login when the level cap increased.
On top of the
Which
desk
is something you can do, and
found
something I will probably never. Oh, I hit that guy for 21,000. Got to cap from that, enjoying the fact that I can hold on my 23 and 29, 34 gear. Yep. Like I said, my big worry about the XP being low in the new expansion is not that I think that everything needs to always like be the best, hottest thing or what have you, but it's mostly like if you don't even get a level from running the newest expansion, you know how you have to start. You start to understand how long it's going to take you to
The
legendary tier.
monster's around here someplace. You can smell him. He stinks.
They do that in WoW Classic. Oh yeah, because I guess when the new expansion is coming out, that they'll be like, oh, we're gonna go into Classic Pandaria. Got to bank every single cataclysm quest. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm excited to see how legendary strength of arms feels, because regular strength of arms just giving me defense equal to my melee power, and also having a shorter duration and also a longer cooldown time is going to feel a lot worse than legendary strength of arms. So I want to see how that feels once I actually get there eventually.
The creature collapses. A little voice.
So you kind
in
of
the
said I don't have to play it. I mean,
darkness
that's literally the idea, yeah.
You got rid of the monster. Good.
That can work like Blightcaster? Yep, it works like Blightcaster. So as long as you don't lose all of your temp HP, you'll go up to your maximum stacks. So let's say I have
There's a
400
sudden
temp
gust
or
of
400
air,
melee power.
as if the entire
When I
building let
hit an
loose
enemy,
a
I will gain
sigh.
800 temp HP. Then as long as I don't lose that 800, the next time I hit an enemy, I go up to 1600 temp HP. And as long as I don't lose that, the third time I hit an enemy, I go up to 2400 temp HP. And then every 6 seconds, I'm getting 2400 temp HP in melee combat. Now, that being said, does that mean that you're always going to have the temp HP? Not necessarily, but that's the gist of it.
Voices, ragged and carping, come from the other side of the windmill. Peasants with joyless and the old woman's voice grows cold.
Yeah, it seems good. So that's why I'm like, I want to try it on this character for the added defense.
A wolf howls in the distance. Its cry echoed first here.
Again, the main issue is if you get it stripped away, that's a bit of a problem. But if you play like, if you're doing high Reaper content with like a tank, then you don't have to worry about it nearly as much because your tank is going to be protecting you for the majority of the time, allowing you to build up stacks. And if you're doing low Reaper content, monsters are going to be able to damage you fast enough. So blow them up.
Those are not pebbles filling the air between the legs. They are human teeth.
Like with this, I'm able to get up to 2 stacks because they can't damage their way through my shield. But regular strength of arms sucks for sure. The cooldown time is like 1 second off of the duration, so it doesn't stack up pretty much ever, which is really funny. You definitely need the greater strength of arms.
This corpse is nearly beyond recognition, so savagely has it been mangled by wolves.
Sorry. I'm trying to figure out why I have these. My playlist is playing weird songs, and there's weird songs in my playlist.
The ghost's story appears to be true. If so, then the women of the windmill are not what they appear to be, nor are their pies.
That's weird. Okay, explains that. All right, pie makers. Thank you, team, for killing everything while I was futzing about with my music on the other monitor.
Be off already! Shoo! She says. We've no more
I've
pies.
skipped up 100%
How
of the
many
time.
times
Yeah.
must I tell you?
My dodge is not as high. I could probably stand to like ramp it. Just go with the Greater Ocean stance. And then that way I'm just taking a little bit less damage. Because I'm at 41% dodge with the Ocean stance active. That's pretty good. I have to make some outsider pies. Oh, not the outsider pies.
44 out of the bubbling, tarry contents of a cauldron.
Up we go. Again, I get the debuffs so I can strip physical magical resistance rating. I can sunder things. I mean, I can't technically sunder things because everything has too many DCs because my character is not very good at sundering, but what are you gonna do?
Only the bitter taste of dreams cut short and hope broken.
Yeah, overall, feels good. And our group is just ripping through these quests, which is nice. I mean, just even thinking about it, the fact that I have 145 to hit right now means I can hit every single thing in Ravenloft, which is nice. Fun fact, 145 to hit means I can hit basically everything in Ravenloft, but it means I cannot hit pretty much anything in the Vault of Night quest chain at level 21. Because those monsters have ridiculous armor classes. Why? I don't know. True, I can try to sunder, which is almost as good because trying to sunder gives me access to divine sundering, which applies some of the effect automatically. So it is still useful to use. On top of that, I get to add stacking light damage and 2 stacks of acid damage. So it's not horrible. It's extra burst when I'm not critting, which is nice. On top of that, I believe improved sunder adds 40% damage and plus 20 to hit, which is also good. I'll just double check on that. Yeah, plus 20 to the attack roll. And it's 60% damage, so it's not even like a bad move. It's just slow. Ultimatum Catalyst. Ooh. Still AFK in the last quest. Well, they have time to catch up. I don't think we're not gonna instantaneously complete this quest, so I'm not worried about somebody being AFK. I can also, instead of using acid, I can use Sacred Flame. Oh my god, that means I can use Porous Soul now. And I can debuff enemies, applying vulnerability stacks and increasing the amount of acid damage that they take. I completely forgot I can do that now.
A friend. But will you know which is which when you find it?
I'm going to assume one of the D-door guys is going to go D-door in the D-door room. I can't D-door it, so I'm not going to.
Defiance, determination, and despair reach your ears and fill the corridor.
Okay, what do we got? I was paying attention. Hollow Bones, basement, check.
And his form dissolves into mist. The door slams shut. It's a trap.
Oh, I can dodge is dead. Where'd they die? Oh, they didn't take the D-door. Oh, they didn't take the D-door. Okay, I'll rescue him. Gonna finish this and then I'll go get him.
Is the icon of Ravenloft, glittering in the light. As you draw near,
and I have a lot of more melee attacks than I used to, so I have to get used to each button doing a different thing. Gotta pay attention to that. No, not the Black Dragon Bolt. I mean, I say you can hit everything. I'm still missing quite a lot, so I do need a little bit more hit chance, obviously. Hello. Don't jump on top up here. It's annoying. Thank you. Oh my god. I do wish there was like, I don't know what you call it, but where like when things go in front of the camera, so they become invisible, so you can see through them. Holy shit, that would be nice, having this quest. All these stupid like tapestries on the ceiling, making it so impossible for me to see through them. Hit the monster, my hit chance is not high enough, no. I'm getting like grazing hits almost every single attack. As excited as I was about my hit chance, it turns out I was excited way too soon. Alright.
A sense of peace.
Now to rescue, I
washes
can
over
dodge.
you as you hold the icon of Ravenloft in your hands. And stow
I
it
do save a lot of
securely in
damage
your
though.
pack.
Like just being able to give that small temp HP bonus is really nice. I think it'll become so much better once I get the legendary version. Who's got him? Die, Shadows of Hate. So, like, again, damage is not horrible, I would say. And the defense is really, really nice, so I like that. Occlusion is a term when object blocks your view. Okay, good to know. It's in my light pick. I don't remember ever equipping a light pick at any point in my entire life. So maybe, oh, main entrance, we're done. I wasn't paying attention. Front door. These things aren't stunnable, right? And they're all dead.
With the keystone
job,
in
team.
hand, you step through the castle wards unhindered.
Right.
You check your bags. Sure enough,
Next up.
the icon of Ravenloft is still there.
Oh yeah, you guys did your gambling. I forgot about that.
With a
Let me do a
sigh
quick
of
check.
relief,
Check-a-rooney here.
you wonder if
So
you will
doing the
cross
prediction, we
paths with
got
Esmeralda again.
it's pretty much the exact opposite of what you think. So the majority of people, you can win way more money betting low than betting high. So let's find out who wins. On today's goal roll. Literally 1. Straight up between 1 and 100, I rolled a 1. I mean, that is going to happen sometimes. So roll the 1. Sometimes you just hit the 1 button. Also, now I got to do these little micro quests because I actually want to get more random loot to break them down. I have to do more of these. I must do more.
The mansion
I mean, hey,
looks
sometimes you roll
abandoned,
100,
yet according to
so
what
sometimes
you've
you're going to
been
roll
told,
1 as well.
The Order of the Silver Dragon still guards this place, bound by an oath that not even death can break.
Oh, goodbye bats. Yeah, you won something called to the Ocelot. You've gotten a prize. Isn't that cool? Oh, double Reaper all the way. I'm not centered. Why am I not centered? I'm uncentered. I'm uncentered.
A fire erupts in the
Why am I
dead
uncentered?
hearth. A voice
Oh,
whispers,
I equipped the wrong item. Oh. I accidentally equipped the other sword.
light the beacon.
What new powerful cannons crafting did we get? So all of the double prefixes that you're able to find on randomly generated loot, you can now craft them onto any item that you want. And this is really impactful because all of those items, you can now make like fully statted gear. So you can make like Constitution, Fortification, Insightful Constitution, and like Sheltering on a ring, as an example, right? So you can make some really, really, really super powerful rings. The whole list is on the website, so I'm not gonna go into all the detail here because I literally, they added 100 new recipes and you can make a bunch of new stuff, but just bear in mind that it's a lot of new things, a lot of new toys. And again, specifically the
Carved in
ring
marble
crafting, I
above
think
the
for
outer
me is
gate
the most
name
impactful.
Argynvost.
Like being able to, since rings don't have sun or moon augment slots, as long as they don't have unique effects, they're not really competing with anything. So I think there's some cool stuff you can do. The problem is I need to actually max out my crafting, which means I have to spend more time deconstructing stuff and then spend more time crafting stuff and spend more time putting things together. So yeah.
Slumped in the
Is
throne
there a level
is a
cap to our group?
gaunt, armored figure.
35.
Without looking up, it says simply,
Go away.
the Revenant shakes his head.
Argynvost's light has vanished. His beacon will never shine again. All that is left is Strahd's endless punishment.
And Strahd's endless punishment, eh? Get him.
Anyone who tries to end
Boom.
his torment.
Blam. I'm not
The
critically
Revenant
striking this guy at all.
falls, once again, nothing more than a lifeless corpse. On the commander's body, you find a large silver key. Engraved
But yeah,
on the
the
key
level
is
cap for the group
name
is 35 because this
Argynvost.
zone is 31. Once we hit Sharn is all level 32, so the level cap will then go up to 36. No, won't matter. It'll be hard to max out. It's going to be very time consuming, but the big thing is deconstructing gear is now infinitely faster. It's just a menu. So before you'd have to take one item, slowly drag it into the deconstructor, and then like deconstruct one at a time. And sometimes it would break, and you have to like close the window and start it up again. Now it's just a vendor window. You add all your items, you hit dissolve, bada bing, bada boom, Eastside Mario's, you've got yourself a whole bunch of essences. So
The
after
sound of
each,
flapping
basically
wings
every
comes from
expansion is
just
going to give
beyond
you
the
like
closed door.
4,000-ish
Your eye is
essences
drawn to the impressive
that you
beacon
run.
dominates
So if
the
you're just
courtyard.
farming, doing other stuff,
Suddenly,
and deconning all your gear
creatures fly out
properly,
from behind,
you're going to have
swooping down on
gazillions
their
of
prey.
essences to play around with. Like it's going to be, you're going to have a whole lot of extra essences kicking around. This also means right now the price of Kenneth essences is probably reasonably high because people don't have them and they want the new recipes. So there's probably going to be a lot of people that are buying Kenneth essences. If you're trying to sell them, this is a good time to be selling Kenneth essences. As time moves on, the price is going to drop as they become more and more in the expansion.
From its vows. You feel a tingle of warmth that you have never felt in Barovia before.
So yeah, it will take a long time to max out. I don't think you have to max it. If you're not crafting for other people and you're doing only personal crafts, all you need is 400. It's only if you're doing crafts for other players that you'll need higher than 400 because the unbound crafting goes up to 500. Yeah, well, 425 is the max, but you can get that with 400. You just have a failure chance. So as long as you don't mind failing a few times,
This time,
then you should be fine.
as promised, the servant's
But if you
door
do
was
mind failing a
not
few
sealed.
times, then that's
A
not
sign
good
that
either.
Jesper the Raven made it this far, at least. Jesper's last report.
Yep,
says he
success
went off
boosters
to
also
steal a
exist, and you can
potion
get them
from
for
a
free.
coven
If
of
you want
witches,
success boosters
whose
and you don't want to pay
lair is at the
DDO points
top
for
of the
them,
South
you can make a
Tower.
brand new character, run through the crafting tutorial, get a bunch of success boosters, then delete the character, make a new one, do the crafting tutorial, and you have success boosters and free potions. It's ridiculously time consuming, but you don't have to spend any DDO points.
This
So
is the South Tower stair. Following it all the way to the top should get you close to the lair of the old crones mentioned in Jesper's journal.
depends on really what you want to do. I'm also not convinced that this build is better than just going Paladin and having a level of Warlock for Arcane Warrior, but we'll see. I do like the amount of dodge that I have. That part's very cool. So, oh, invite please. Yeah, invite. We got to 200. Yeah, I have a character at 3 something, so I'm gonna have to get the rest of the way up. I'm not terribly worried about it. I'm just gonna stack up the Kenneth essences, and then at some point I'll go do a big craft. But because I have several characters that I need to get to level 36, I have a bard, a fighter tank, I still have to get my Warlock, I still have to get my Paladin, and I have to get this character all up to 36. Just thinking about the amount of questing, that's like easily like another 50,000 games. Also, Brez, welcome back to the stream team. Fantastic days. You've been subscribed for 44 months, and I appreciate the support. Hope you're doing very, very well.
From the darkness, they regard you with a haughty aloofness that only one creature across the many planes has truly mastered. The cat. The withered forms of two hags glare at you from across their corridor. One of them, the taller of the two.
And then I have to figure out what gear I want to wear. I think a lot of my characters are going to be upgrading to some of the new gear. So once all of the new gear hits the builder, I'll be doing some gear crafting and stuff. What, the craft? Oh, so my recommendation for that is either use Matron's Builder, because it has all of the crafting recipes built into it, so it makes it a lot easier to keep track of what it is you're crafting, or there's a website. This website is old and is very out of date, and someday I hope it gets updated, but what are you going to do?
She licks her lips.
But there's this.
Such a little baby though, sister. I think we need more meat.
This is old, so it's up based on update 41, but it's a pretty quick and dirty crafting selector, so you can just choose what level item you're crafting, and then also like what stats you want on it.
The cauldron's fiery heat abates. These vile crones have uttered their last curses. It is time to search their lair.
Oh, they're offline. Oh yeah, you can redbox these. But anyway.
Described in the journal.
Yeah, you don't need any of the quests for Ravenloft. You can just redbox every single quest for Ravenloft. One of the reasons why I like it. You can't pick up the quest, but you can still do it. And get the whole credit for the saga.
Broken furnishings lie scattered about the room. At the center of the destruction is the smashed remains of
I don't know if you're still kicking around, but you're welcome to come back in and rejoin the quest.
Something large but unseen suddenly moves through the air, smashing through furniture and Kipper's paper.
Yo, what's up, Need More Chai? How are you doing? How was your day? Are you doing well? Are you having a good time? I forgot. Are you employed yet? Do you have a job?
Watch as your body evaporates into a fine mist. By strength of will alone, you push yourself through the
one downside to the force weapon is that unfortunately for me, these are golems. They take half damage from force. So the one downside to this character is that golems just take half damage from my attacks. I just found your Bloodcaster build. Is there any chance you may update it? Well, if it's the beginner basics Bloodcaster build that I put together this year, it's up to date. If it's a different Blightcaster build, I couldn't tell you. I have many Blightcaster builds, but the most recent one I did is the beginner basics one, which you can find in here, and that's going to be the most up-to-date Blightcaster that I have in that playlist. Also, Wrath, thank you so much for getting a sub to Need More Chai. Now Need More Chai can have ad-free viewing without the use of an ad blocker. It means I get revenue. And everybody's happy.
Quest received.
Does that work? Works well. From Hardcore Season 8, honestly, there has been basically no changes to Blightcaster, even with all of the new feats that have been added. You're just going to take the same feats anyway. They just changed the names of them, but like the Epic Spell Focus and stuff, you're just going to take them. It's not a big deal. Take the same thing. But thanks you, Wrath. I really appreciate that. You're a jobber now? Nice. I'm still, unfortunately, I haven't found a wage cage yet, but I'm still looking. Hoping to grab one
and
someday.
Baron Valakovich are plotting each other's
And if I yield wage cage.
Can you afford to side with the lesser evil? And if so, can you tell?
Yeah, there hasn't really been any major changes. Even though there is the current piercing feats where you can bypass immunities, the best part about Blightcaster is they do piercing damage, which, not that it bypasses immunities, monsters don't have magical piercing damage reduction. So there just is no immunities you need to bypass. It hits everything in the entire game. Strength of arms. I'm missing. No. You crashed? Unlucky. but sorry to hear about that. That sucks. Contract role, hopefully extend when the time comes. That's the dream. Hey, it's good enough. Because the other thing too is you're gonna meet people, get contacts and other things, and then who knows, maybe you get like scooped up by another company where they're like, actually, you know, it would be good if we had somebody like you on the team. Oh, we're locked down here, aren't we?
And horrifying titles.
Oh no.
Perfect collection for someone who
Burner,
consults with literal
free
devils.
us. Free us. Free us. It's just north. North. Go north. North. Free us. No, please. There's 3 of you. Do it. Do the puzzle. Yes, I can dodge is doing it. Let's go, dude. Free me.
Fiona Voctor smiles confidently. Oh, it's
Wonderful.
You're as dim as a snuffed candle. Now,
Oh shit, now we have all the guys to fight? Oh, that's fine.
I bid you adieu.
I forgot to put action hero on my bar, which I should. I don't know what filigrees to use for this character, because presumably, you know, if you're doing the real end game, you got a prowess swap like everyone's doing. But I don't really want a prowess swap. There's the only physical damage type they bother to give pillars and bond 5/6 immunity to. Yep. Yeah, you have to hit him with bludgeoning. But you can just earthquake him, so it's fine. I think Blightcasters get earthquake. Do Blightcasters get earthquake? They should get earthquake. Do Blightcasters get earthquake? They should get earthquake. I'm pretty sure they get earthquake. Yeah, they just don't want those pointy dagger rogues to be able to do anything. Oh, right, Vile Eruption. I forgot. Yes, I also forgot you were Vile Eruption guy.
Lady Voctor does a double tap.
You Vile Eruption. Remember. It used to be good, and now it's bad. Like, criminally bad. It's really horrible. Hello, buddy. What's up? No, I didn't kill him. No, I clicked the wrong button. No. Oh, man. You always kill him, but I spaced. Yo, what's up, Mr. Lift? Well, if it's any console, you know, I'm glad to have you here, Mr. Lift, because you, being the always absent chatter, are able to finally join me here in the live stream, the stream of the always absent streamer. No, it doesn't look like Demogorgon. We ran Demogorgon yesterday, but, and by the way, expansion's great. Really pretty, really cool class. I dig the storyline, had an absolute blast the entire time, but the XP is kind of bad, and I need to level up my characters, and there's a lot of buggy items. A bunch of things aren't dropping properly, so I'm like, I'm going to wait until they fix the bugs to run the expansion again. So currently I'm just leveling up my characters in the old stuff. And the story's great. If you like Demo Gorgon, and also they did a very good job of modeling all of the Demon Lords.
A familiar figure stands, waiting for you and Casimir by the warmth of a crackling
The drops
fire.
are bugged. The Abyssal Jewels aren't, or Abyssal Gems or whatever they're called, are not dropping in the right ratio. So running the entire saga for me and also killing a bunch of rares in the landscape, I got 15 Abyssal Jewels. Comes in Splater in the Underdark? Yeah. Again, it was cool. It was a very, very cool experience. And they did a really good job with some of the monsters. specifically, I really, really like the way Yanogu looked. He's probably my favorite of all of the, He's just my favorite one in terms of visual style. Oh, Sharn artifacts dropping in the Saga list. So if you want an artifact, they're much harder to come by. That one too. Yeah, if you want any of the artifacts. And I do want some of the artifacts. But farming the artifacts is much harder when they're not dropping from their proper source. Well, if people like a lot of the Abyss stuff, I wouldn't be surprised if we did actually get more specific, like, Forgotten Realms or specific Underdark stuff. They're usually pretty responsive to, like, people are digging this thing and then they kind of go that direction. That being said, people still wanted Sigil a long time ago. And do we have Sigil? No. Will we ever get it? Probably not. Yeah, there's a hot fix coming tomorrow that's going to fix a lot of the problems with the expansion. Oh, do we not have a search guy? Oh, we have a search guy. Let's go. A legal issue? I mean, maybe. I think the problem with Sigil is they would need a lot of new models because it's basically like, you know, the heart of the multiverse. So you can't just have a bunch of humans and stuff standing around. Like, you would need a lot of models all over the place to make it feel like it represents the concept of, like, the infinite center of the universe. So, you know, I think that's probably also a big, like, it would be a big art to death. That being said, I think it'd be cool.
Do I know you? He once allowed.
Okay. Dun 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 dee dun dun dun. With the Modron's March. And you know who's a big Modron fan? Steelstar. Literally the first time I met Steelstar in person, he was like, because I got to the SSG offices, and so he's like, I was like, oh, this is so-and-so's desk, this is so-and-so's desk. And no joke, he had like hand-drawn pictures of like Modrons that he'd put on the wall of his like, or like near his desk, because he wanted to like add them to the game someday. He's a big Modron guy. So I would not be surprised if we eventually get them in the game. For the record, this was 2019, 20 something like that. It's been a little while, but did I not hand in the quest to Casimir? Wait, what? Did I really not do that? Am I bad? Am I stupid? Barrier Peak. Yep, they could also do Barrier Peak. No, I did. That guy's just not giving me my loot. Me angry. And what are the artifact belts? Yeah. Back we go. Slid across the abyss and Mechanicus and stuff. Mm-hmm. Are you still spending a lot of time playing Neverwinter Nights, or have you taken a bit of a break from that? Because I did enjoy reading the updates in Discord about how your adventures were going. You've been flying. That's good. Flying is great. I love flying, man. I don't love airplanes. Fuck airplanes. Fuck piece of shit airplanes. I hate airplanes. Because I'm Paul. Man, I hate airplanes. Airplanes are the worst. Well, airplanes are bad just generally, I think, for everybody. But man, being a tall person on an airplane, oh my god, there's no leg room.
She is completely
awful stuff.
by her task, poisoning the wine inside the vat. The Martikov family makes its home in this part of the winery.
Should ask airplanes. Back in legal shit, so I'm becoming a pilot. That's cool. That's awesome, dude. Oh yeah, it's very expensive to become a pilot. One of my cousins is a pilot, and it's a very lengthy process. It's an expensive process as well, but it's also a really difficult job to do, because not that like flying is super complicated. Like any job, you learn how to do it and then you do it. Like, I'm not out here being like, yeah, flying a plane is harder than like doing a surgery or something. Like, it's all just work, right? You learn to do it, and then you get good at it, and then you do it. But it's more so that's difficult to do in that you have to be used to, like, if you're a commercial pilot, if you work for an airline, you're gonna be spending a lot of time not at home because you fly from one place to another, which can be very difficult on family life because it's kind of hard to, you know, be coordinated and spend time with people when you're always traveling and going other places. Same with like being a flight attendant or anybody that's, you know, up in the air. Then on top of that, you also have to deal with like the health risks of, did I miss it? No, it's right there. You have to deal with the health risks of the fact that like going up in an airplane all the time. Isn't it like every time you get on an airplane, it's like 50 x-rays or something like that? Or the equivalent of getting 50 x-rays? Any for a year from economy sitting? Yeah, that'll get you. But yeah, you just gotta get one of those jobs where you fly around some rich person's like private jet that they only take like once every other month. So you just get hired on, you stand by, and for the most part, you just sit at home playing computer games. So you get called on to go fly somewhere dumb. It's the real pro gamer move. You forklift certified? Yeah. Do you have your ladder safety? It's important. Guys, when you're on a ladder, 3 points of contact at all times. Don't you dare let me catch you without your 3 points of contact.
You found all the ingredients needed to purify the wine. Now to add the antidote to the large wine vats on the main floor of the winery.
About realms, they haven't bothered bringing up the fact that Vecna was only banished from Eberron. He can still be capable of bothering us. Oh, I don't think they forgot about that. They can still use Vecna. Vecna really hates us because we explicitly locked Vecna and all other gods out of Eberron. Because it means even Lolth can't have an impact on Eberron anymore. There's like literally a portal where we can walk through, but if you have any amount of divinity, you are incapable of interacting with Eberron and DDO. Which is just great. Also, I've gotten so many named items this run. What the heck? You know, to fly helicopters, seaplanes, because why not? I mean, that does sound cool. Again, you also have to have the desire and the drive. I would never want to fly a plane. At any point. That's just one of those things that I knew. Like, you know when you're a kid and a grown-up comes and asks you and they're like, what do you want to be when you grow up, little Timmy? And you're just like, yeah, I want to do X, Y, or Z. Dude, I never wanted to be a pilot. Ever. Not once in my life. What's up, Cussy Words? I'm having a great day, actually. I'm having a good day. Also, what's up, Abracadagger? How are you? Eberron, godless country? Literally godless country. Get certified. Can you just fly wherever you want to go? Well, I assume you need an airplane, but yeah. That's the tough part, is you need the airplane. And airplanes are like not cheap.
A chill wind blows down from the slope as you approach Yester Hill. Dark, ominous clouds gather high above. A strange rhythmic chant can be heard in the distance. You can't make out the words. Arcs of lightning jump from stone to stone, blocking your path. Lightning dances amongst the hailstones.
Any of the deities ever actually existed? That is correct. We have proof of all of the kind of demigod-like creatures that are running around doing stuff. So we've got, like, you know, horrendous Vols out there, or the like the Lord of Stone and the Lord of Eyes. Like, those guys are just out there, you know, they're doing stuff. But they can't, like, shape the world in their image. Even the Lord of Stone, he's limited. He can only, like, work with stone, and even still, his powers, like, exist in his domain. You can't just, like, plop the Lord of Stone on some stone and be like, yeah, I can control anything. It has to be his domain. Take care, Mr. Liv. See you later.
Forms emerge from the mist.
I'll look for your chat messages in Oakland Goats VODs. Oh no, I got stunned.
Of the last foe, the lightning dancing between some of the nearby stones.
Yeah. I'm having a pretty good day. I'm going to be doing something a little bit strange. but I'm trying to accommodate for the fact that I don't really have a lot of energy these days, and so it's difficult for me to like stay focused for long periods of time, which really sucks. Which hopefully will be going away soon, but I don't know when that is. But what I'm going to be doing here today is I'm going to be actually taking a sort of like a midstream break, in which I will turn off the live stream, and then I will be taking like an hour and then coming back and streaming for another 4 or 5 hours. That's really the goal. I'm going to try that and see if that works. If that works and I'm able to like sustain energy for the whole time, then that's good. But like, man, at the end of yesterday's live stream, I had no energy left. I didn't say anything else for the rest of the entire day. I sat very quietly and like in the dark. I mean, I also had a migraine that I was dealing with, but also I had like no energy. My goal is to try out some different intermediary steps so I can get myself have a little bit more energy in the short term. Never shown a trigger response with Mr. Mesh with staff arcane power. Oh, interesting. I mean, that is a bug. You should probably report it, but it is kind of one of those like, oh wow, look at that, that's crazy. It's not really a very relevant bug, but it is in fact a bug.
The chanting grows louder as you approach the crest of the hill.
Kind of neat.
A wave of dread washes over you as you enter the circle of stones. Ahead is a huge, looming statue. A statue you recognize as Strahd.
I keep forgetting to put my... Oh, and Legendary Rally. Oh, shit. I forgot Legendary Rally. And I need that.
You stopped the druid's dark ritual and recovered the magic gem they stole from the village.
This is an auto crit that also deals +2 crit. I forgot about this. Plus 100 critical crit range, 50% damage. I forgot about Legendary Rally.
The arch druid crumbles.
Our ritual must be completed. It is Lord Strahd's will.
Yo, what's up? Just go, I was falling asleep, noticed the aura while looking at my phone. Yep. Yeah, like I said, the worst of for me, the worst parts were yesterday. Well, not yesterday, but the day before yesterday. So Tuesday was pretty bad. Monday, Tuesday were pretty bad. It was going away on Wednesday, and now today I have like some residual nausea and just feeling like just kind of like but my head doesn't want to burst out of my skull, which is nice. There's a bug in the new request. The Monk for the Fall skill screws up with levitation. Oh, interesting.
Giant bramble walls and dense banks of mist surround this swampy patch of ground.
No, my fresh air. No.
Some of the unearthly mists
yeah, it's fine.
part.
Yep. Yeah.
You are now able to enter the ruined village of Derens.
Her girlfriend got home from work, so she's gonna let her bird out of the cage. I have to keep the door closed because it's hot, and so I use the fan in here and to make sure I can keep the room cool, which is smart. The ceiling fan keeps the room cool. The problem is the bird is not smart, and if the bird goes into the ceiling fan, it will cause a lot of problems for the bird. So I have to keep the door closed. Very understandable. I get it. I know why I have to close the door. Also very annoying. I have so many buttons pressed. Oh my god. Dare to have the migraine? Feeling when I sneeze or cough? Yeah, it's again for me. I think it's just because it's the difference. And also, again, for me, it's like I get like a nausea. So it's not like I don't have as much head pain afterwards. It's mostly like a nausea that just kind of lingers. It's extremely annoying. I do not like being nauseous.
The freed raven flies off. The ward's magic.
Actually, almost exclusively hate it. I hate being nauseous. Not just like the worst feeling ever, where you feel sick to your stomach, like you're gonna throw up, but then you don't. It's like when you have to sneeze and then you don't sneeze, but 10 times worse in a different part of your body. Ugh. A little shrimp on with earrings and makeup. Is a little shrimp on with earrings and makeup? I don't have any piercings. Never wanted to get any piercings. I only have a tattoo because a friend of mine really wanted to get a tattoo, but he wasn't really sure about it, and he was like, yeah, I don't know. Like he was like kind of hemming and hawing and going back and forth on actually getting the tattoo. And I was like, hey man, you know what? I'll be a good friend here. Like, what if we go and get tattoos together? It'll make you feel more comfortable. It'll be a cool bonding experience. It'll be an awesome time. So he's like, hell yeah. So we go and we get ourselves sorted out. So I had like a meeting with the tattoo parlor or whatever. And I get back from the meeting, and then I'm like, yeah, man, like, did you meet the tattoo place to go over what you wanted? And he's like, no, not really. Like, I'm still kind of nervous about it. So I was thinking, I'm gonna wait a little bit, and I'm still like thinking it over. I'm like, okay, sounds good. Anyway, time moves forward. It's the day I have to go get my tattoo, and I'm like, did you meet with the guy? And he's like, no, actually, I'm gonna, you know, you get the tattoo, and then I'm gonna like just see how it goes. So I got a tattoo, and then I came back and showed him. I'm like, look how sick my tattoo is. Anyway, he did eventually go get the tattoo, but it took a lot of convincing, which is really funny. I can't even be mad. I figured something like that would happen, but it was more funny. So I'm like, yeah, man, let's do it together. Hell yeah. Whoops. Matching tramp stamp? No, it's on my forearm, so I don't know how easy it is to see on camera. Because I should have the camera up, but I don't. I can't actually see myself. You can't really see it. It's because it's on the inside of my arm. But I have an Asheron's Call tattoo right here. It's the Asheron's Call symbol. The AC. Gonna try it next life? Hell yeah, give it a shot. It's the only thing you're going to be missing if you don't have like all the past lives and all the things. It's just going to be weaker at the end game. But before the end game, it's really, really, really strong because you can just single stack all your damage because everything is just radiance, which makes it really easy to play with.
Flaps its wings and flies off. The magic wards near Babala Saga's hut have all been removed. The ensorcelled mists lift, allowing you to enter the area.
Right.
As you approach the chest,
Baldur's Gate 2 Throne of Ball. So I can't answer that question well, and the reason is when I played Baldur's Gate 2 Throne of Ball, I didn't fight Demogorgon because I didn't climb the whole tower and do the whole thing. So I don't actually know.
Maybe a few more friends then.
I think it went to minus 35k. Holy moly. So I don't think it's like it's the same Demogorgon, as in it's the same character, because Demogorgon is just a general demon lord that exists in the Forgotten Realms, like canon of demon lords. But I don't know if it is like specifically like if they're related in terms of their usage in the universe, because I don't know how it was used in Baldur's Gate other than being at the final boss of that tower or whatever. Doesn't fast recall? Oh, I'm a monk! I'm a monk! I forgot! Oh shit! I have fast recall. Oh no. Well, here's the thing, actually. I was thinking about melee warlock because with the new strength of arms feat allowing you to get twice your melee power as temporary HP, on top of the aura pulsing giving you temporary HP.
Perched on a snowy hill at long last,
like all of a sudden you're just like temp HP god. You throw in an affirmation item. Oh my lord. Acolyte of the Skin? No, Acolyte of the Skin doesn't get Enlightened Spirit, so it cannot perform this. It cannot do that same build. So not Acolyte of the Skin.
Bestial figures look up as you approach.
I'm not facing the wolf? What do you mean I'm not facing the wolf? Get out of here. Oh, look at that damage numbers.
You pick up the
it's not that insane, but feels good.
You found the sun sword. Though something seems to be wrong.
Because yeah, you get double your melee power, so you get like 350 to 400 melee power per hit. Then you get your constitution, whatever. It's like twice your constitution is a temporary HP. And then you also get an affirmation, which gives you a 1000 temp HP shield.
They watch you curiously as you approach. Otto unlocks the door with the key.
Door open. See Abbott
yeah,
now.
just bear in mind, you need the gear. Like my character, the build is fine, but it's kind of just like stock standard milquetoast. Like warlock, there's nothing special about it. It's the gear that makes all the difference. When you have all of the gear, it really starts, like the damage starts to pile on. But you need to have it.
Let me know what you think of my handiwork.
So there were many comments I received on that YouTube video already of people being like, damn, this looks crazy, but I'm not farming for 3 months. And it's like, well, I mean, you're not, I can't blame you for that, but it's a lot of raid gear.
Esmeralda looks up as you open the door. About time you got here.
The best cold warlock? It doesn't matter. I don't think that there's any difference. I mean, you could probably argue that maybe the best cold warlock is just going to be Dragonborn because they get a bonus to evocation DCs, and then, you know, it's not terrible, but realistically, anything that gives bonus to charisma, it doesn't really matter which one you take.
From behind the doors, shrieking madly. Food so hungry.
Folk.
In one corner of the room leads down.
You feel good with my damage. Yeah, or human for the bonus feat, honestly. Because, you know what? That's probably true. Human gives you the bonus feat, which makes it easier for you to get access to, you can take the piercing feat at level 1, piercing cold, and then it gives you easy access to the epic piercing feat for the AoE. That's probably the play, is human, honestly. Now that you say that, I forgot about that. Piercing feat is good. I'm not sure how well it works without the threat reduction. So the problem is with Eldritch Knight is that the threat reduction effects in the game don't work on imbue damage. So if you are in fact using like a sorcerer, for example, and most of your damage comes from your imbue, you can't get threat reduction on that. It just doesn't work. Well, the extra feat is for the piercing. You get the new piercing cold, so you can deal full damage to enemies that are immune to cold, which is really impactful for like bosses and stuff. You won't use it that much for clear, but for any boss, it's going to be essential for being able to bypass cold immunity. Count as magical threat? No, it doesn't count as anything. So there's no way to reduce it. It always does full threat. Now, fortunately, even though you have a lot of imbue dice, the majority of the damage you're going to be getting on an Eldritch Knight is going to be the physical damage, so threat reduction is good. But yeah, you can't get any more threat reduction than that, though.
You open the gate and let Irina into the shrine. There you are. This seems so familiar, but I'm
Also
sure
imbue?
I've never been here before.
Well, the thing about the Warlock build that's also imbue is Warlocks do way less damage
I feel that it's
than Eldritch
somehow
Knights.
holds
Like an
the
Enlightened
key.
Spirit Warlock, if you have the imbue, does so much less damage. Oh, however, there's a quirk. If the imbue is applied to the spell, so if it's the you have the imbue from Enlightened Spirit, but you're still Eldritch Blasting and not meleeing, if it's going through the spell, it uses
Irina takes
spell
the
stats,
sword
so it will
and
take
tenderly
spell threat
places it
reduction.
on the shrine. This was his sword.
What's the highest endgame melee DPS at the moment? I don't know. I need the meta slaves to chime in here.
Early in the morning during midsummer.
It's probably some dual wielding shader or single weapon fighter shader
There
kind
is
of nonsense.
No sound.
One of the
but
two.
The water lapping at the edge of the pool. Suddenly, an image
Rogue is almost
appears in
always
the
a good option.
sparkling waters
Never
of the
Ranger
pool.
Tempest. Rogue is almost always a good
Handsome
option.
youth
Dragon
with a
Lord's
kind
almost
and
always a good
noble
option.
visage. The
Oh yeah,
sun's
hand wraps.
eyes turns to
Although I
sudden
think
joy.
there was a nerf that came through that nerfed hand wraps
Tatiana,
somehow.
It has been so
Razor Claw
long.
is still up there. I'm
Come,
pretty sure
my
Razor
love.
Claw is the top melee
Let
right
us
now.
be together at last.
Yeah, that's why
Irina
I try to like put in
Sergei,
little
my
tidbits and
beloved.
little like, hey, here's a little thing you might not know when I'm doing a YouTube video. But a lot of the times, there's just like no place to give somebody the information that an imbue applied when you attack an enemy with a melee attack will have no threat reduction applied, meaning it applies its full threat no matter what you do. But an imbue applied through a spell has spell threat reduction because the spell property overrides the imbue property. Like, I don't know where you would put that. I don't know where I would put that in a video.
Then a peal of thunder shakes the land, and a deep, dark
Yeah, I don't
voice
know
from
the
beyond
meta
mountains
ranking
cries
that
out.
people go with. I have no clue.
Is mine!
A dark figure appears
Because again,
near
that's
the
just something I don't
shrine.
care about at all.
She's escaped. Escaped to where I cannot follow.
Oh, died so
Cries
fast.
Strahd.
You helped her. Make you suffer for that.
Strahd winces as he enters the pool. Part of this place's holy power must still linger.
Don't make the mistake of thinking you
Large
might
bear
win.
from Square is the best,
The darkness
biggest
belongs
character
to
model
me.
wise. It is a big bear.
Covers every corner of this
But yeah, I
land.
don't know.
Gleam in her eyes was like warm
I don't care
sunlight
too
on a
much about what is the
stillborn.
top DPS, so I haven't really
Light
farmed it
is
out at all.
gone Forever. When
But
I
that it
try to
definitely
imagine
is
those
something
eyes,
that some
all I
people can be
see
interested in. But I
It's a
personally don't.
mad abyss. This is a waste of my time.
And now we
You
get the
are
D door
trapped
for the extra
here,
chest. And why do I need the
just
extra
as I
chest?
am.
Because I need to decon materials.
Better
Well,
to leave
materials.
you alive. I can watch your dreams die slowly.
With that, Strahd vanishes with the wind.
Fast recall? I will later,
For
but
a
I need the extra
moment,
treasure chest. You can't fast recall to
despair at
this, or
being
I'll get
left
kicked out of the
behind
dungeon.
in this dreary, defeated land.
Boom. Hit him with the action hero. Unparalleled accuracy.
The
His unparalleled
sun
accuracy only lasts
sword
20 seconds.
blazes
That's so
forth with a
stupid. It should last while you have an
warm,
accuracy.
bright light. You pick up the sun sword. The instant you touch the hilt of the dazzling weapon, you realize that this is the weapon
Die.
that could slay
Golem taking
Strahd.
half damage from my
That this
attacks.
is the key to ending his dominion. Something starts to grow within you.
Been in the game for a while with the recent expansions. The new slots in the gear just for more customization or set bonuses gone. Yeah, they've replaced set bonuses with sun and moon augments.
Booms the
Um, and
Tell me what you
they are the
and
benefit
be frank.
is
My
as
only
opposed to having
desire
really
is to
rigid
improve
sets.
the
Like one of the
Abbey
big problems that
and
existed in the past is that if an
You
armor
dare
piece,
to
no matter
condemn
you
me.
never
Says the
use an
abbot.
armor piece because of what
You
what the
have any
stats were.
idea how
The only
hard
reason you
I've
used an armor piece
struggled?
was these stats down
long
here.
I've
What
tried
set is
to
a part
help.
of? I'm going to wear that
Do
armor
you
piece.
have any idea who
It's a problem with a lot of the
I am?
sets. Is like a lot of
The
sets had
abbot
stats that you didn't
twists
want,
into
but
a
you wanted the
new
set bonus,
shape.
stuff like that. So
A
the new
form
change
that
is that
was once
every item in your
magnificent.
inventory now has a sun or a moon augment
Was it
slot.
mad to
The
fight
sun
against the
augments
darkness?
give you the artifact
I was sent to
bonuses.
redeem
Let's say you
this
want the part of the
forsaken
family.
place.
You can get a
My
sun augment
struggle
slot
has
for
been
double strike,
longer
melee power,
and
helpless damage,
harder
and fort
than you can
bypass.
imagine.
And that's
And I
chest,
will
cloak,
strike down
helmet,
anyone who
trinket.
tries to stop
I believe
me.
is the 4 sun
The
augment
abbot
slots.
falls to his knees.
And
Dark
then the rest of your slots are moon augment
Nothing
slots, which
but
is for your profane
darkness.
bonuses. So you can get
He
way
cries
higher
as
numbers,
his mortal
and
form
because it just
vanishes from
applies
his
to
body.
items, they didn't retroactively go back to old set items and do this, but it means you can craft your own custom sets. It's quite cool. All right. I think I just want to kind of take the cards as opposed to the XP because I'm going to get more XP. I don't really care. I want the cards, so that. Yeah, vendor, then charm. Part 1. The heroic have multiple slots. Yeah, that's the same. It's like a blue augment and like 1 or 2 augments for the most part. They don't have multiple augment slots. No, like there's only 1 sun or 1 moon augment. There's not multiple. Newer gear from the away from gear set transitions, use some power while you gather parts. For sure. I think that there's definitely a few growing pains in there, but the characters with the sun and moon augment system are not only more customizable. Remember, the augments are tradable. So if you're missing a sun and moon augment, you can trade for it, which is really nice. But on top of that, our characters, thanks to the change in system, are so much better than before. We have never had characters this powerful, and not just be like the amount of customization you can do to get the exact perfect set of stats is absurd. We're losing some bonuses. There are some bonuses which are unfortunately sort of lost. Stuff like specific crit is, I think, the only big hit right here. So like the spellcaster gear, which was like, think of like the Flame Cleanse Fury set, which gave like fire, light, and healing spell crit and spell power. There's no replacement for that because there's nothing that gives you multiples, unfortunately. But that was so it is something that is actually missing. But the consequence instead is you can get way higher numbers with everything else. Also, the trick that every spellcaster uses is you just still use the Elder set in the helmet and then put everything else around it. Sets were easier to gear. I actually don't agree with that. I think sets are harder to gear, but they have less pieces. The reason why I say that is because problem with item sets, as I mentioned before, is you would often have dead items. So a great example of this is like with a great example of this is with the what's the name of the set? The Feywild Dreamer set from Sharn Docks. The Feywild Dreamer set is like pretty good. It's a great set. But 2 of the items, the cloak and the gloves, are fucking garbage. They're horrible items. But the set bonus is really good. And there is no real replacement for it. It's just great. It's just a really, really good set. So what do? Well, you really only have one choice, which is you wear it and you hate the fact that your gloves and your cloaks suck. But now you don't have to have bad cloak and bad gloves. You can get good cloak and good gloves and good stats.
Isabeth Tremont waits for you here, atop one of Sharn's
The gear
lofty
Tetris is a lot
towers.
easier nowadays. Most items have 1 or 2 customizable stats on them on top of the sun and moon augments. So it's a lot easier to get the exact set of stats that you actually want.
You enter the boarding.
I have found that I will hit every stat that I want, and now I need to figure out what else I'm going to put in my gear because I have extra spots.
Behind the front desk, a violent explosion shatters the tranquility.
That was especially true with my Warlock armor set, where sometimes you just have some extra slots where I was like, I don't know.
You'll have to find another way up to the terrace.
You see any level 36 Augs that aren't an ability score? I have only pulled a Con 15. But you can buy them from Randolyric if you want, Arcaniverse. Randolyric has a whole bunch of them.
This looks more like an office than a boarding house. Vaughn has rented this entire operation and transformed it into his place of business.
Strange New Crossy? Anytime. I am biased. I really like the new system a lot more than the old armor set system. So I am extremely biased. I understand that some people like the armor set system more. I think the new system is so much better. Literally, one of my biggest issues with the old system is that if an item, let's say if they made an armor, if the armor piece that they added to the game was either not part of a really good item set, or heaven forbid it didn't have an item set at all, it was totally useless. Completely functionless, because you need all armor pieces to always be part of item sets. Now, with this Sun and Moon augment system, you can just put on armor sets that you think are like armor pieces that you think are good. Your chest piece can actually be a part of your set. I promise you, it's very good. Gem of Many Facets is craftable, so you can use the Caneth crafting system to craft one of your Gem of Many Facets. It's one of the most powerful items in the game, because you can get access to the old sets really easily with it by wearing Gem of Many Facets, plus like 2 other items. I can't stress enough how much I prefer the Sun and Moon augments to old item sets. I understand why people like item sets. There's something fun about like gathering the whole set and wearing them, and then now you've got this like big power boost that's like noticeable once you have it. But as somebody who tries to do like a reasonable amount of endgame, the amount of time you spend looking at gear going like, well, I want to wear this set, but I really don't want these gloves, and I really don't want this helmet, or I really don't want this, and I really don't want this. And you just have a dead item. Look no further than the Wrath of Sorakel set. The Wrath of Sorakel stat bonus is so good. Imbue dice, ability scores, physical magical resistance rating. It gives so many stats. It's huge. You get tons of stats. It's really, really good. Wrath of Sorakel is a massive stat. But the items are kind of bad. In fact, you want to know how bad the items of the Wrath of Sorakel set are? The best way to play it is to use 2 rings that have the same stats on them, so it's like you're wearing only 1 ring, because you really don't want to wear the gloves or the necklace because of how awfully bad they are.
Vaughn's companion makes a gesture, and
so you literally have to kill an entire item slot wearing, not only is the ring bad and does nothing, but you have to wear 2 of them. Get your item stat.
You step into Zelith Prospire's tidy office. The Inquisitive calls out to you. Step inside, quickly. There are eyes everywhere.
Got a bard coming.
Zelith pulls a switch and nods toward the back of the
Yeah,
building.
the items are bad, but
You
the
hear
set's
scrape of
amazing.
Stone on
So you're gonna wear it
stone as
anyway.
the concealed back door slides
Play Ritualist for one more ring. Honestly, true.
You walk out
When
into
are we
the
gonna get
streets of
bloodlines
Cogsgate.
in
Towers
DDO?
loom high above,
Give me some bloodline
so
ascendancies.
tall they block out the night sky.
Come on, SSG.
Anyone who knows
You're like
what's good
GGG.
for them will stay
You got
indoors
G in your
tonight.
name.
The rain of blood is falling here, and it's up to you to knock up the mess. Despite the slurred
I'll give up.
words, you
That'd be
heard
sick,
more
dude.
about the Dusk Forum or rivalry from the
Imagine,
Forum.
you know,
what the
you
other
give up a
residents of
belt.
the neighborhood might have to say.
Okay, question. You know, what if there was an effect in the game that was like, give up your belt, and you can't use clickies, but in exchange you get a third ring slot.
You push open the door to the apartment. The surprisingly well-decorated rooms show signs of a struggle.
I'd think
Your
about
stomach
it.
clenches in anticipation as you near the crime scene. Felon must have spent his recent winnings digging himself.
But when
out
I
of
mean
debt.
clickies, I mean potions,
Imagine
I mean
meeting your end
scrolls,
right
all
after
of them.
getting yourself clear.
No activated
At least
items.
He died in the black. Felon had just won big, cleaning up on a map in an underground fighting ring down. Examining the corpse.
Even
you
teleports?
see
Probably
his
not the
tailpipe
convenience items. I
whizzing
don't think they would
across the
turn off
wall.
anything that's like
His
e-store.
last gambling ticket lies just out
Like
of
that,
reach.
like the expansion
Despite
stuff, so they'd
clear
probably leave like
attempts
the
to make
expansion
this look
teleports.
Like a break-in, all of Felon's valuables
But
were
like no
still in their
consumables. So like your
proper
potions, your
places.
scrolls, and anything
As you
that
mull
goes down in
this over,
charges.
You hear voices from the direction of the front door. You manage to make it
Because there's no
past the
charges
desk
on your
guards
teleport, so you can
blocking
use it
you
as much as you want.
You've learned all you can about
But like
these
no hood, right? You can't just swap and use the hood for infinite dodge.
Zelith unlocks the
You have
door,
all gear slots and
revealing
it's
a
just
small
rings.
room that brings deeper into the heart of Cogsgate.
Yeah, there's a lot of like very good, a lot of very good set bonuses from the past that you would probably. I think the only set bonus that I think that has never been replaced really is the what do you call them?
The door to the pawn
Friggin'
shop is unlocked,
flippin' Flame
just
Cleanse
as
Fury
with
set I
the
was just
other
talking
crime
about.
scenes.
There's no real replacement for
Inside,
that in
the
modern
shopkeeper's
content,
body
but that's
lies
okay.
forgotten,
Divine
just like
Spellcasters
all
are bad,
the other castles.
so yeah, it's
Some
easy
small
solution to the
packages
problem.
lie in the cauldron. No doubt they were hidden there so they could be fenced on the black market later. A closer look at the keg reveals a hidden compartment.
Yep, no gibbers. You can't
filled
jib.
with smuggled goods. The murderer could have emptied
No,
the
no, no.
pawn shop.
Arcaniverse.
And yet,
You can't use any of those
only
clickies,
Lord's
right?
life was taken.
And your belt slot
Armed
for a
with your
ring.
findings, you
So you get
wonder,
no belt
what
at all.
connects
So
all
no
these
belt, a
gruesome
third ring,
crimes?
and you can't use
A
clickies.
different body, but the
It's a
same
bigger
song.
downside than an upside.
A
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
crossbow bolt dipped in poison, and the palm covered in slashes. Yet this time a new detail catches your eye. A shattered pin bearing Vaunt Arcanotechnic symbol.
Bad
The
spell.
last of the
Divine
heavenly
spellcasters are
arm
back or
from
bad?
thugs
Bad.
falls. Another alley stretches before you.
Divine spellcasters
The
are
more you
awesome
learn
healers.
about
Don't
the
ask them to do
victims,
anything else.
The more questions you have. You can only hope that Zulkus Crowspire holds the answers you've been seeking. A tiefling stands before you, with a face you remember from your recent adventures. Despite no shock meeting him again, you hope that Zulkus is willing to answer your questions about the murders. Zulkus steps through a dimension door, his face
Jim
glowing
just wants
with
Blood
the
Mage and
smug
DDO.
triumph
I
of
don't
a
want Blood
man
Mage and
who
DDO.
thinks he's won, though you're too busy dealing with his troll bodyguard. you know?
I mean, I kind of do. The idea of like making it so your spells can cost health but gain additional effects would be interesting. Not the idea that you can cast spells with your health in exchange instead of casting spells with spell points. I think that would be giga broken and would never work. But I'm talking about casting like your spells now cost health in addition to spell points, but then they gain bonus effects.
Another crime
That would
scene
be
waits for you in an alley to stop. The secret door slides open,
I'll list
revealing
something like that.
a Medusa. Oddly
Here
enough,
comes
she
Legend of
doesn't
the
seem
14
surprised to see you. Instead, she motions for you to enter. You stoop down to search the contents of Nahram's pack. Looks like
New
he
server.
was
Didn't they
fleeing
get
for his life when the
correct
murderer
me if I'm
got
wrong?
there.
Didn't they just get like
More
sued
slashes
by
on the
Blizzard?
palm. And
Or
this
did I mishear
time,
that?
you
I
see
thought they
the
got their
pattern.
ass sued by Blizzard.
You wonder how you could have missed such an important clue. The slashes reveal clearly the killer's signature. Whoever did this wasn't shy about letting people know. You find a security ledger embossed with Vaunt
Again, could be wrong,
Arcanotechnic
but yeah.
symbol.
It got dropped a few
Quick
days ago.
glance
Oh,
reveals
did
that
it?
Every victim had worked for Vaunt.
Was supposed to max
Too big of a
cast too much,
coincidence
run out
to
of health.
overlook,
Well, yeah, then you
especially since
die.
A note in the margin talked
Oh,
about
dude, if
cleaning
I was,
up
if I
loose
had like
ends.
Like if I'm designing DDO and I added a character that could spend health to add additional effects to spells, I would 100% let it kill you. Absolutely. Some people would be like, oh, if you know, the game would just say, oh, you can't cast the spell right now because your health is too low. If I was in charge, I would make that shit kill you instantly. Oh, you have 20 health and you cast a spell that costs 30? Well, you're dead.
She points you towards an alleyway northwest of where the goblin was last seen. A familiar voice echoes from behind this door.
Well,
what part of make it look like an accident didn't you understand? Leaving your
best
signature
laid
behind was
plans.
beyond
Best laid plans.
stupid.
Oh, and also the cap
Now
is 36 now
Zoe is
because
onto
anybody
us.
can join.
It's
So if there's
only a
anybody that wants to
matter
jump
of
in,
time before she and those adventurers come barging in
this
here.
can take an instant kill self with one
Zolkis
cast.
quickly
Oh yeah.
casts a dimension
So
door.
you guys
The
might not know this,
tiefling and
but
the
back in
goblin
early
disappeared
DDO,
through it.
metamagics didn't add a flat amount. They multiplied your spell cost. So, like, Maximize tripled the cost of your spell, and Empower doubled the cost of your spell.
Victor asked you to wait for him outside.
So, yeah, it was very easy to get level 1 spells that cost like 200 spell points at level 1. If you had some enough metamagic beats. Really funny idea.
What you do off that is none of my business. Sounds quite lucid. Victor coughs and nods at a flimsy-looking grate. Then he hurries away, disappearing into the night. That must be your way inside. Time for you to investigate the warehouse.
I still remember that there was like a guy that I played with, and he like made a sorcerer, and he got really excited because he took a bunch of metamagic feats and had he had shocking grasp at like level 3 that cost like 200 mana.
But the sturdy door is
It was
fitted
like,
with an even
but it would kill
sturdier
whatever
lock.
he touched because we were playing on like normal and hard. Like this was back in the day. Elite different. You didn't. What? Whoa! I didn't even notice. Huh? Huh? What's happening
Hear a
here?
gruff voice howling.
The roof! The roof!
A more
Oh my god.
measured voice responds.
There's no floor.
What
What a
of
bug.
it?
The floor disappeared in this one quest. I didn't even notice. I'm flying, dude.
Excited gnome bounces
That's a weird
around.
bug.
The roof is on fire!
Well, now we know.
Otherworldly air of confidence.
Anyway, I found a bug.
surrounds the handsome being, who appears to be their leader.
Oh,
Let's pick
Gal
up the pace,
Hosiko,
shall we?
unfortunately this build is not
Still
posted
have
yet
to
because I'm still
destroy the
working on
lab
it.
downstairs.
But when I
Portal,
do
please.
finish posting the build,
Why not just take the
I will
stairs?
in fact be
Ask the
posting
teacher,
this build on the
because
new
Victor
build
told us
website,
not to be
ddobuildhub.com.
Now then, portal! Portal! Now! Snaps the beam.
And why would there be a bug there? Oh,
You hear a familiar voice somewhere nearby.
weird things happen.
It's Victor, acting surprised.
If you've never been to ddobuildhub.com, that's where I posted my most recent build, and people have actually started posting builds on there, which is cool.
Quickly!
It's an excellent website. So I'm excited for more people to post their builds. No, don't miss. No, what the fuck? Dude, how did he make the save? It's a will save.
Presses a button.
Yes.
Sphere of force closes in around him.
DDO Build Hub being my new repo. I will be uploading all of my builds to DDO Build Hub.
Your golems will have to finish this. Time to move, people. You think you're clever.
Assuming that the website stays in production and continues to get updates and stuff, I will 100% be uploading more things to DDO Build Hub. That's where I posted my most recent build, and not a lot of people had seen it or made posts, but ever since both talking about it in my video and also mentioning it on stream multiple times, I saw a bunch of people actually start posting on DDO Build Hub, which is cool. Also, look at my temp HP, dude. I'm just kicking it with 1500 temp HP all the time. Nothing can kill me. Oh,
Anchor he put in place.
Pistol 30 to get Mist of the Ravenloft expansion. It is a pretty good expansion.
Work, damn you! Work!
I do like Mr. Ravenloft. I'm not sure what you should buy. People in chat, please answer that one. I have all of the like, I own everything, so I am bad at knowing what to good buy. But there are people who are more free to play than I am who understand the instruction. I assume Abyssal 30 is one of the codes you can take 30% off whatever you want. They've done that sort of thing a couple times in the past. So you just put it in at checkout and you get 30% off whatever it is you decide to buy.
Victor directs more guards away.
The DDO bonus days are today, so I assume that's the weekly bonuses, the Abyssal code, but I'm not sure. cogs where you have the low gravity section. I jumped and entered the quest before landing and went all the way through the quest. It was so annoying. Yeah, so you can actually do that in you can get that from the elevator. You know, there's like the elevator, not the elevator, but like in Sharn itself proper, there's like that spiral staircase, and then it's got the spiral staircase, and you can just take the grav lift. You can actually keep the gravity. I don't know how you do it, but you can keep the gravity.
Perhaps we can make a deal.
And then hop all around Sharn and climb up all the buildings, which is fun.
The magical barrier around him fades away.
So I actually did that for, there's an old video I did, which was a sorcerer that used the half-elf dragon mark to also get access to Lightning Storm. And in that video, we were actually on top of, let me find it. I'm going to show it to you. I'm not going to tell you. I'm just going to show you. It's more interesting. Let's see if I can find it. Get new quest. So, boom. Strimtom Lightning Sorcerer here. So we have the Sorcerer Guide. And what matters is if I go here, there's me and a bunch of other people partying on top of Sharn. So this is the area, but down below is the tavern. We actually got on top of the building and then used the Bracelet of Friends to teleport everybody up top. So there's just me, and then on top of that, talking some bullshit, and then there's a bunch of people like partying it out and having a good time,
lingers in the courtyard.
which is pretty fun.
Must not be on the guest list. The bouncer opens the front door, allowing you to enter Club Clawfoot. The Dusk Thugs.
5 15% discounts, 2 20s, and a 30.
He
Ooh.
wants you to check on Club Clawfoot's employees.
Free Victranium pick.
before
Actually, I'm probably
he'll
gonna
let
put
you
that one
talk to the manager.
in. Free per XP bonus, also good.
You notice a sign on the door.
Oh, sorry. How do you level this? There are no attacks with the Shadow Blade. There are no attacks with the Shadow Blade. I don't know what you mean by there are no attacks with the Shadow Blade, but the way I leveled this is, so I'm a Sacred Fist and Monk. Sacred Fists need to be centered, and the only way to do that is to use the Eidolon of Shadow sword that I'm currently using. But the Eidolon of Shadow is, of course, I can't even do this. The Eidolon of Shadow is, of course, a legendary weapon that you don't get to start with. So the way that I leveled with this character is I started level 15 because I'm a purple Dragon Knight. I had 5 levels of Dragon Lord. I put my points in the Dragon Lord tree. I used the sword called the Sword of Shadow, and it blew up everything in the entire game. And I had no monk abilities and no Sacred Fist abilities until I was level 29. And then I equipped this sword, and then I could use all my monk and Sacred Fist abilities. Isn't that cool?
Do what you do best. More dimension doors have opened nearby.
Oh, is my mic actually lower? Hold on. If my mic is lower, I can adjust it, but it shouldn't be. I'm kind of just talking into it.
A piercing but pitch-perfect scream rings
If
throughout
the
the
audio
night.
is low, I can work on that. Give me a sec here.
The main stage must
I have to
be
make sure I
under
speak right into the microphone, but yeah. I can make myself a slight bit louder, if that makes sense.
Gargoyle cackles and rasps.
Oh yeah, the videos are probably really loud specifically because I'm still working my way off of the migraine I was dealing with for the past few days, and so I use my game sounds are turned really, really low. So like I can't really hear them. You guys can hear them at full volume, but I can't. So yeah. Anyways, this is meant to be an endgame DPS build, but it's the all-purple build. So I'm a purple Dragon Knight using a purple sword with purple equipment, purple hair, and I really just wanted to use Eidolon of Shadow because now it's an actual good endgame DPS weapon. And there's no replacement for it in the role that it does. So I wanted to make a good build with the Eidolon of Shadow, which has not been possible. One of the main problems is that force damage used to not be affected by physical or magical resistance rating, which meant that the Eidolon of Shadow, as cool as it is, being a two-handed weapon that deals pure force and not physical damage, most endgame builds scale damage by reducing monsters' physical and magical resistance rating to increase damage done. So if you're not using a physical or magical weapon, you're literally leaving 100% of your, like, half of your damage on the table. There was a change with the release of Arcane Trickster, which allowed force damage to now be affected by magic resistance rating. So you can now debuff a monster's magic resistance rating and then deal more damage to it. So as a result, I wanted to do that with this character.
To cut ties between the Boromar clan and Vaunt.
That's fun. Eidolon of Shadow is good. It's better than it was before. Eidolon of Shadow still has an uphill battle. Number one, it does half damage to like golems, and there's just straight up nothing you can do about that. It just does half damage to golems. That's just what it does. There's no way around it. The other thing is that it has the secondary problem of it applies the constricting shadows, which is good, or the constricting nightmares, which is the I'm not going to call it unique, but nobody runs this debuff, so it's always useful in a group. But if you don't have like a caster or somebody using legendary Ash, you're not going to be getting that much extra magic resistance rating reduction, which is a little bit of a problem. And then the final issue with the Eidolon of Shadow is that it's a two-handed weapon, and two-handed weapon is currently the lowest DPS fighting style.
Is this about your request to join the Platinum Concord?
No, it can't harm Helm Towers, but I can because I have imbues.
Subtlety, shall we say?
Leveling with just basic attack sounds mind-numbing. Well, you're not using just basic attacks, you're using Dragon Lord. So you've got like the Dragon's Roar, and then you can still use smites, so you can use like Exalted Smite and all that. But yeah, it's just melee. Getting melee Warlock type aside from build a hybrid with daggers, I see it as pretty simple. I don't know if it's wrong though. Yeah, you pretty much just go into Vistani Knife Fighter and go crazy. If you don't multi-class. That's the way you do it.
Not for long, my friend. Allow me to demonstrate. Isabet?
It stacks with Ooze. It doesn't stack with Ooze, but if you bring Ooze into a raid, you'll get perma blacklisted from almost every raid. People have no patience for that shit because Oozes break a lot of raids. So if you bring Ooze into, it's the same debuff, but if you bring an Ooze weapon in, no one's gonna ever invite you to a raid again.
This is just business, Isabet.
Just go and do if you go into Threats Old and New and use an Ooze weapon, people will find out who you are and will figure out every character that you have and never add you to the group ever again. Don't do it. Remember, kids, don't bring Ooze weapons into Threats Old and New. Or Relentless is probably fine, but you shouldn't do it anyway. Or what's the snake one called? Den of Vipers. Especially not Den of Vipers. Oh my god.
We will adjourn to the yacht. It's time for the next act to begin.
Vaught's henchman releases a strange whooping bark, and the darkness around you
So, yeah.
erupts with a choir.
That's pretty much the main problem with this build. Is just that it's using a two-handed weapon, and two-handed weapons are currently the worst.
The old man
No joke. If two-handed weapons got an effect where there was just a line of text that said two-handed weapons deal double damage,
but they're surely not the
it would probably close the gap. But yeah, it's two-handed weapons are just a little far behind the other weapon types. This might sound weird. You might be like, okay, well, how come they're so far behind? Just from a basic math perspective,
Come here, we gotta talk about Isabel.
There's just business. From a basic math perspective,
you've agreed to help rescue Isabel.
Why can't I close this? Thank you.
You'll need to clear the way so Casper can follow safely.
Someone wants to join already.
He says to head to the southeast.
Two-weapon fighting gets to attack twice as often as two-handed fighting. And two-handed fighting does not do double the damage of a one-handed weapon. Because remember, a lot of the damage on your character comes from like your scaling stats, right? So, like if I get Deadly 19, that like Deadly doesn't get doubled by a two-handed weapon. So that's just 8 more damage for the one-handed weapon.
Takes up position on the bridge, spoiling for a fight. The low bellow of an ogre accompanies the shrill cries of goblins. A strange-looking goblin glides up above
Angry or anything? Yep.
The limp form of Isabel.
I have to buy a new monitor, but that's just because I got to get a new one, not because I punched it. Not because I punched it. But also the same as Ooze? It is also the same as Ooze, correct. Keeper of the Crimson Covenant has the same debuff. It just doesn't summon the Oozes, so it is better than an Ooze weapon.
Wait, goblin meat. Vaunt said to work together as a pack. The gnoll snarls as he runs after his retreating comrade.
Yeah, the reason why the Keep of the Crimson Covenant debuff is nice, and same with this one, is because they don't summon oozes, and the easy way to get them is to get the ooze crafts, like the tar augment in Isle of Dread, things like that. And so being able to get it without the oozes is very nice. And additionally, most people are going to go for the higher yield option, right? Like if I'm playing as a melee character, I'm probably going to be going for Dust on at least one of my weapons because it gives you a higher yield. It's minus 35 physical resistance rating at max. So you're going to go for that first. And then you could go with Ooze, but also you could go with Vacuum, which gives an instant minus 20 or the 20 stacks of vulnerability. So you're taking, or monsters taking 20% more damage from you at all times, which can be quite good. Maybe you want to go Affirmation for defense. Maybe you want to go Freeze. So you have a lot of flexibility in terms of that, and you might not necessarily go for the secondary Ooze effect.
Goblins scramble to release one last.
I love Keeper of the Crimson Covenant. I know those reviews said Repeater are good at the moment. Can you elaborate? Not getting a guy. Repeaters always seem nice. Yeah, Repeating Crossbow is currently the top DPS in the entire game. I am not joking. I was doing the raid Den of Vipers. Den of Vipers, I'm not going to describe the whole raid if you've never done it, but basically you're in a big room and there's these like crystals you have to protect, and there are bad guys that spawn on the edge of the room, and then they get to the crystals and they like break them. So your job is to make sure that they don't break them. So I was doing this on hard mode. The monster had about 250, or like, I know, was it hard? No, I think it was Reaper 1. And the guy had like, no, maybe it was hard. I don't know. The monster had like 300,000 hit points. I go up on my paladin. I hit the monster. And I start chunking it down. It goes down to about 260,000, and then I hear thunk 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 of a repeating crossbow, and it dies. The repeating crossbow did 250,000 damage in 3 shots.
Casper gasps in surprise as he reaches the
and I was like, oh, I'm not even in the raid right now. I am but a speck of dust standing in the shadow of giants.
The city watch station is locked up tight.
Oh.
As silent as the grave.
Oh.
Is it unmanned?
Yeah, ranged characters are doing some stupid stuff right now. Got a build for that? No. As previously mentioned, I don't really play any of the meta stuff. I am hopeful that with the new DDO build hub, that some enterprising endgame players who have like the giga builds will post some of their builds online.
His jaws frothing. The goblin says you're strong, but
there are some things you can get shared already. So for example, and for the record, there are some people who post those builds already on the computer. And post like very powerful builds. I usually focus on more of the beginner, kind of getting people started, getting people into content, and not the super endgame stuff. But as an example, Lominel, community contributor, has a Google Doc with several builds inside of it, all of which are designed for the super duper endgame. And there's, like I said, multiple different like users out there who do share their builds, so you can find them. The problem is the forums is not the easiest place for builds to be organized, because in between a build thread of like, yo, check out this insane build, it does XYZ, there will also be like 50 people complaining about stuff in between in different threads, so stuff gets kind of lost sometimes or buried. Which is one of the reasons why I really like DDO Build Hub, because DDO Build Hub is indexable, so you can search for exactly the thing you want. You can be like, I want to play ranged, and then kind of find the range build that you've always wanted to play.
That went about how I expected, so that leaves just little old me. A great big bounty, no partner.
Oh, he's dead. Let's go.
And some nice payback on the
Ooh, Meteoric Ruby. I've never used one of those rubies.
Come on over.
I probably have one, but I've never used one.
Ow! Cut that out! Get him, lads!
Screams Urk as he tosses down a smoke bomb. The shrill voices of more goblins pierce the night air.
There's a repeater build in there? Yep. So there's probably builds out there. I just don't know them that well.
Time to catch your breath. You notice the assassin source sled
Nearsoth builds only? True. Man, that's an old oh, I got a key of Rukondral? Holy moly. Alright. Storm 2.
Says the goblin.
Inline comments for build review, just like GitHub for code review. That would be interesting if you could do that, yeah. Do a build review and suggest changes. I think that would be cumbersome, because the one downside to the website is please don't take this the wrong way, is that the website means that you'll be interacting with members of the DDO community. And I know that sounds bad, but listen. I've interacted with the DDO community for a long time. And one of the problems with interacting with the DDO community is the pesky Maple, who has created the DDO Build Hub. Awesome website. I love it. Big fan. So excited about it. I'm telling everybody, go post builds, search up stuff, do what you can. Because it's going to get... the more builds that are on there, the better it's going to get.
For your own safety,
they posted on the forums being like, hey guys, I made this website. Do you want to check it out? Maybe you'll think it's cool. Is there 4 Reapers in this pack? I'm on Reaper 1. I don't think I've ever seen that in my life. That's crazy. They died instantly, but wow. And there, all it was there was a couple people that are like, wow, cool website. But there was also a bunch of people being like, I don't know why we even need something like this. You can just find the builds on the forums. I don't see the point. If you post any builds, all that the devs are going to do is search it, and they're going to nerf every build on there. What's the point? And it's like, well, yeah, the downside of having a public forum is that you also have to interact with those people. What are you going to do? Oh, wait, we don't have to go in here. Overall nerf on the forums again, Chief? Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I'm like very confident that the top crossbow build that is doing quadrillions of damage, like fictional numbers, like you have to make up numbers, okay? People think that the number I, the concept for a complex number, was added, an imaginary number was added so that you could calculate this or use it as a placeholder for the square root of a negative number. But it turns out that that's actually not the case. Instead, it is used for the fictional amount of damage that these crossbow builds are doing, because it's an imaginary number, because it's you can't even understand how much damage it is. And yeah, you can just find that. It's just on the forums. If the devs want to nerf it, they're going to go nerf it. With retention, 100%. Yeah, because like that's the other thing too, right? So I'm gonna reference a dead video game. Have you guys ever played Destiny 2? If you want to get a Destiny 2 build and you Google it, you can just go to like Max Roll or Icy Veins and then find like a section where people have their dedicated builds posted and be like, oh wow, this build looks kind of cool. Oh, this build looks kind of cool. You just read it, see a build, have fun, blast some stuff, and go crazy. In DDO, you want to look up builds. You find like YouTube videos or the DDO forums, which you then have to like leaf through and try to understand stuff. With DDO Build Hub, not only having the ability to just like quickly look for builds, sort by what you're trying to look for, but on top of that, it interacts with the builder, like Matrum's builder, so you can download a build off of the DDO Build Hub, pop it into the builder, and then start editing it like it's Path of Building. It's very cool. Oh yeah, so that's why I'm happy that I posted them. So I'm going to try to get all of the beginner basics builds onto the build hub as well. I just used a different program for putting all the builds together, and now I have to put all the builds together using Matrum's builder, and it's very time consuming. It will take me tens of hours, and I don't want to do it right now.
The Radiant Idol calls out to you as he
Yoli might not be working or updated due to balance changes. Oh yeah, that's something I like about DDO Build Hub, is it literally just tells you when the build was made. Like it'll be like update whatever, which is excellent. And then there's also a comment section on the build, so you can just ask and be like, hey, is this build up to date? And it's like, oh no, it's not. Or you can find information about something.
I leave these barbarians to
Great website.
Give them a
lesson. Yeah, I'm excited to see more people posting on DDO Build Hub. Any new builds today? What have we got? There were 2 builds posted today. We'll look at them later.
The Sky Coach dock and immediately spot the notebook you've been looking for.
There were 2 builds.
Evidence that will incriminate Vaunt.
This. Oh, he already has a reward for me? No, I could have gotten a second reward. No. Yes, Warlock is yours. Oh, Canicus Molinarius. You know, I can actually read people's names. I should probably do that, but reading is hard, dude. I don't know. Yeah, and I saw Zedalock's Eladrin build, which is cool.
Evan Greybeard, your would-be informant.
The forums. Build Hub is new. As in, it came out last week. It's a very, very new website. So you're not going to find a lot of builds on there right now, but I'm going to be posting all of my builds on there, and other people are going to start sharing their builds. Also, if you look at the build quality, there's more features coming in. So Pesky Maple is still working on the website, so there's more features coming. But as if I recall correctly, they're the only person working on the website, so features will come slowly. But it's pretty good for what it is right now. There's a couple of features that I've requested, and it's the Pesky Maple themselves showing up in chat. There's a couple of features that I've requested that I think will be nice, but you know, it's the same thing with Matron working on the builder. Listen, I don't know how to use like the computer. Okay, I use the computer, but like the code that make the computer go, I don't know how that works. It's a bunch of numbers. It's confusing. I don't get it. So if Matron, who works in the DDO builder, takes like 2 weeks to update the items, listen, I can't do anything about that. I just go, yo man, thanks for the update to the builder, and I use it. That's the best I can do. I can smile. I can be like, that's awesome. But that's pretty much, you know, that's all you need. And so in a similar fashion, it's the same thing. The DDO Build Hub website by Pesky Maple, who's in the chat, hello, is like the exact sort of thing that DDO has needed for a decade, and now we have it, which is amazing and super exciting. Really, really, really big fan of the website. And so, are there more features I would like to see? Yes. Am I happy with the way the website is right now? Yes. Will I literally wait until the day I die, as opposed to learning anything about programming to help with this website? Yes. Have you not seen DDO Build Hub? Whoa. You haven't seen DDO Build Hub? Where you can upload builds? Where if you want to create a new build, you can literally you can browse your folders, grab any build you want, meme Flameblade build, and then all of a sudden it imports it directly from the builder. You can add your description. It's got formatting. You can add in little comments and stuff all over the place. And then, oh my God, I want to see what the tree looks like. Oh, look, I can just preview the tree as opposed to linear. Oh, it's got links here. Huh? Oh, it's brand new. Anyway, great website. So I posted my Blaster Warlock in here. I will be adding more updates. I don't think the website can go up to level 36 at the moment because Matron's Builder just started to go to 36. So I won't have any updates for like the Warlock build. I'm going to update, but yeah, it's going to take some time.
What's a treasure chest?
Yeah, it's like the greatest thing that's ever happened to DDO. I mean, okay. The lag fix was really good. And Matron's Builder was also really good. But this is like the next evolution, you know? Can the level up is by me. Also added new feats and stuff from what Matron updated. Oh, sick! Oh, cool! All right. We have to update that website then. We have to update the build. But yeah, now you can... So now instead of having like a Google Doc full of builds, you can just now whip them all on the Build Hub.
Maybe you could help.
Yeah, I'm very excited about this. This is cool. A tool like this is honestly going to help the accessibility of DDO by a huge amount. You can link a YouTube video with a button?
You did it.
Sick. I'm going to have to go edit that build.
You should probably investigate. At first,
awesome. That's very exciting. Because that means I can put all the beginner basics videos up on there and then have the actual beginner video in the text. So if people want to watch the video that goes along with it, it's like right there.
You've got to do it yourself.
Where's cryptocurrency to unlock? Oh, true. Yeah, I forgot to mention that, Pesky. I really appreciate it if you could allow me to put everything behind a paywall, so that way people would have to pay me money directly to get access to builds. We'll split the proceeds 50-50, I think. Yeah, so then we'll put them all behind a paywall. And the best part about that is then we don't have to worry about the quality of the builds because they're behind a paywall. So if the builds suck, nobody's going to know. until they spend the money, at which point they've already spent the money. So we'll get that sorted. I'll have my people talk here. Build hub command? Yeah. Yo, mods, can you add a build hub command? Oh, it's me? Adds to 90% of the screen? Oh, yeah, perfect. Yeah. We need more. Yeah, you need to make it so that between each line of text is an ad. If we could get that too. Wait, you need more ads. As many ads as humanly possible. Yep.
And you're done playing house. That's all of them, at least for today. We need to keep moving, Thora says.
Honest, genuine business opinion is when it comes to that sort of thing of like advertisements on these sorts of websites. My thought process as to a way to do that is the website's not free. Somebody has to pay for the hosting, and also all the work is being put in by Pesky Maple. So, you know, much like how my stream is ad supported, you know, something like this is it. You know, a website like that should be ad supported, which is when you hit them with the classic, like, the website's ad supported. There's like a $1 tier that removes all the ads from the website, and then you don't have to. Then people can just like have it, bazinga, and they don't have to worry about any of the ads there. But that's probably the sort of thing you do after you need like a robust amount of actual like builds on the website before you can like start slamming ads. Because right now there's only like a few. You can't if you slam it up with ads, and people are gonna be like, ugh, ads. They're gonna run away. Yeah, you need users first. You gotta get them in the door, okay? You get them in the door, you give them a good product, and you have no idea how much bullshit people will put up with once they already like the product. Once people already like something, oh man, they'll sit through it forever.
One of Sharn's most powerful men has turned against Lucian Vomit and has selected you to deliver the killing blow against his new enemy. You arrive at your destination after a long flight through the forest of towers that comprises the Middle Memphis district.
Yeah, back in the day, I was a business guy, first and foremost. That was my career before I did all of this. I used to work in sales, the business and sales and marketing and all that. That was my day to day. Trying to figure out how to get as many people to come into a door as possible. A lot of cold calling. Didn't love cold calling. Not my favorite thing to do. One of the reasons why I got out of it. Is this next build you'll post? No, the next build I'm going to post is actually going to be an assassin build. I'm going to be doing a intelligence-based damn gear assassin. That will be the next build that I post. After that, it's probably going to be my paladin build, which is going to be endgame focused, and then it will be this build. That being said, I might post this build on the build hub, because I can write it and then put it up. So I'll probably post the build on the build hub, but I won't actually have a video for it for a little while. Which is nice. Now, instead of telling people, oh, if you want to see my build that I'm playing, you have to go like search my Discord to find the build and then download the builder file. Instead, I can just whip it up on the build hub and say work in progress. And then you can follow along. Isn't that sick? God, I'm so excited. The future looks so bright. You understand, as a Path of Exile player who's been playing Path of Exile for 100,000 generations, the Po Ninja website and Path of Building is like a god-tier series of programs. Okay, they're both incredible programs that change up how you play both of those games, or like how you play Path of Exile. Being able to search up anybody's build based on what items they have, what skills they're using, based on anything, and it also no one has to upload anything. It just gets automatically pulled from the from like the API. You can pull all the character data out and just sort stuff. Is so freaking cool. We don't have that because my understanding is DDO has literally no API, so you can't pull any of that data out of the game. But people being able to upload it themselves, whew.
This build is brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends, one of the most ambitious MMORPGs on the market today. With over 240 champions spanning 12 factions, Raid allows you to play the way you want to play. I am a big fan of the hero Moneybags, a goblin hero specializing in debuffing enemies with crippling death behind that walls. Use my content code
that sounds like a great hero.
Moneybags and 2,000 silver for free when you play Raid Shadow Legends. Thanks again to Raid and back to the dough build.
You know what? Why would I even need to take a Raid sponsorship when I can just have the Raid come right to me? It's perfect.
Construct finally grinds to a halt. 2 damage to continue its assault.
Oh, well, that's true. But I always forget about the fact that because I'm a streamer, it automatically uploads my builds to PoeNinja. I don't have to do anything. Because I do stream Path of Exile whenever the new league comes out, so it just goes like, boom, I'm in the streamer category. I have like the worst builds ever. Things that. I think I switched back to what you had of that. Just trying to find a command on my phone, but I didn't see it. Oh, don't worry about it. I'll add the command later. I was just going to do it once I was done questing.
Tonight you'll steal the beacon back from under Vaughn's nose. And if you do it right,
look up DDO players and see their gear. That was a very old website. You could do that. Yep. There was a website you could do that. But yes, I can actually. You know what? You guys do the quest. I'm adding the build hub thing. Custom commands. What do you guys want? You said build hub? Build hub? I mean, I'm going to be honest. Exclamation point build hub is almost as fast as just linking the thing. I am going to add it, but like, it's almost as fast as just linking the damn thing. All right. DDO exclamation point build hub is now added. And I'm very excited about this website because I know lots of people that like have builds. I'm going to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised if all the people that I know that play DDO have like 20 or more like build files that they're just sitting on that like they've used, like myself personally. I have so many build files that I'm just like, oh, this would be kind of cool. And then it never goes anywhere because I never play it. But now you can just whip it onto Build Hub. And then people can be like, oh, that's cool. And then they can take it. And you can download it from Build Hub. It's so sick. You can download the builds and then tweak them yourself and be like, actually, I would do it this way. Computer analysis. Your build is bad. I can do better. Wolf Blaster about to breach containment. Yeah, get out of here with sneak. Don't post sneak attack warlock. That's the other thing too. You have to be mindful of is when people post builds that don't function or have things that don't work. Which is something that we'll have to be a little bit mindful of. I don't know exactly how you do that. There was a suggestion from the people in the forums that are like, oh, you can't just have like a heart button. You also have to have a like downvote button or like something to say like this is not a high quality build. And the main problem with that is you can use that for troll. Like that can be easily used for trolling. And again, with my experience with the DDO community, generally by experiencing them on the DDO forums, that is not like a rare thing that would happen. People would do that to other users, just people that they dislike. And you know, I'm going to include myself. But oh, do we not have D-Door? No D-Door. Let's go. But people will absolutely just be like, oh, I hate this person, and just downvote everything they do. So that's why I think just having the heart is actually good, because if a build has a lot of hearts, that means you can trust it and you know it's good. And if a build doesn't have a lot of hearts, it doesn't mean it's not good, but it means you have to like read it a little bit more carefully. And so I think that just having exclusively the heart button or the like to be like, I like this build, I think is the proper solution to that problem. I think that adding a button where you can say, oh, I dislike this thing is not going to be that relevant, because you'll be able to tell because there'll be a relative amount of hearts on things. Some things will get more hearts. And I'm not just saying that because there is going to be a bias where if I post something, because I'm Stream Tom, I will get a lot of people hearting my build, even if it sucks. That's just going to happen. But hey, man, I made builds for 10 years. Give me my hearts. It's got my name on it. Yep. That's not a bad idea though. Yeah, see like a view count maybe. See how many people have like viewed the build. See your builds. No, I think the build hub should take you to the build hub. Because if you want to get my builds, you can just search for StreamTom and then just go through all of my things. And I would much rather add exposure to everyone's builds. If somebody goes to the build hub, they should be able to find everybody's builds, not just mine. Because if people go to build hub and they're able to find builds that they find more interesting, they'll be able to search that. Also, if people want to find my builds, they just go !builds. And then boom, it brings them to the build repository, which will have links to every build on the build hub. Alrighty. Yeah, Build Hub, big fan, great website. Love the website. I'm trying to think of the only other things that would be kind of relevant here. Like I said, I really love the way this is laid out. The only pieces I think that would be nice to have in a section like this is, like I said, the ability to add like little subsections. So if I could go like feats, and then I could have a little text box that's like, oh, I would swap out like blah, 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 like optional something, or like for enhancements, be like, if you don't have this, do this. If you don't have this, do this. Something like that would be nice. Other than that, I'm honestly am enamored with the website. Let's take a look at the 2 builds that were posted today. So we have Low Life Healer with Keybolt. A plan for an ult that can heal and do damage with red names, utilizing water domain to scale both damage and healing. Oh, this is not going to be good. Because this doesn't work for the SLAs, and as 3 levels of Cleric, you only have SLAs for healing. So that's not going to be good. This is a pure gimmick build. Cold Druid can do the same but better. It actually synergizes well with Cold Druid due to the unique debuffs this build has. Charisma, we got the Wild Mage. Query whether it would actually be better to play this as a Arcane Trickster, because you get more health, you get better healing spells. I'd probably go Arcane Trickster instead. But it's kind of cool. What do we got here? Arcane Warrior? I don't think we're attacking people. Are we attacking people? We have single weapon fighting. Do we have items? Oh my god, there's weapons. Oh my god, it's the Spearfisher. Oh my god, it's a Spearfisher build because it has cold vulnerability. Oh my god. The Spearfisher. That's sick. Okay, so if I recall correctly, cold vulnerability, you read the text, applies stack of vulnerable. It doesn't apply vulnerability to cold damage. It only applies just straight vulnerability. It would be cool if it applied cold vulnerability, but it doesn't. But yeah, sick, a Spearfisher build. Now, the only thing I don't understand is it's Spearfisher, but we're taking single weapon fighting as opposed to two-handed fighting. And it is a two-handed build. So, I guess 8 strength you can't do that. But I'm going to be honest with you, sick, very cool. Is this build good? I don't know, but it's really cool. And then we got leveling Duergar S Warlock near racial completion. And I mean, it's looking like bog standard Warlock. We got Duergar, we got Enlightened Spirit, Ultimate Enlightenment. I mean, ooh, great leveler though. I don't know. I'm not a great leveler guy. I really don't like this ability. I'm sure people can enjoy it and use it well. We got gear, Lemordian Cowl, Heart Shard, no problem. Just go get one of these bad boys. Signet of Dawnvi. We got a Calamitous Axe with good craft. Woeful Shadows. Oh. Yeah. Anyway, DDO Build Hub, excellent website. Can recommend. 20 out of 10. Yeah, please use DDO Build Hub. You can search builds. Can I search StreamTom? No. RIP. I can't search users. How will I find all of my favorite StreamTom builds? Oh, and you can also favorite builds, so you can bookmark them. You can like heart them. So you can be like, you know what? This Spearfisher build is sick. I'm never going to play it, but I like where they're going with this. I don't think their build will work at all. The main problem it doesn't work is because you take Cleric for Domain of Water, and Domain of Water states that your cold spells use positive spell power if it's higher, and your healing spells use cold spell power. So the idea is that you can stack just cold spell power and then cast healing spells at high effectiveness. The problem is you don't get any healing spells with this because you're level 3 Cleric, but you do get lots of healing spells from stuff like Exalted Angel, right? Where you get lots of healing, Healing Pillar, stuff like that. The problem is these are spell-like abilities. And spell-like abilities are not affected by this mechanic. So you have to have healing spell power and cold spell power to make this work, which is unfortunate. Now, technically, I guess you could just have healing spell power, have no cold SLAs, and then cast cold spells with healing spell power, but you still need cold crit, and most items that have crit also have spell power, so it's a weird problem. Reset tagging and add Shrimp Tom tag to your build. There's no Shrimp Tom tag. I'm sure that'll be a change in the future, but yeah. And my only worry is like update 80. I do wish this was like a little bit more prominent. Anywho, I'm gonna do something weird, which is I need to step away from keyboard for a bit because I stream for too long. I don't have a lot of energy, so I do need to take a bit of a break because I've already been streaming for a while. But I don't want to be done for the day, so I'm gonna take like an hour and a bit away. So I'm going to turn the stream off, and then when I come back, I'm going to turn the stream back on. So you won't have to worry about like, oh, did I miss it? Is the stream over? Blah, blah, blah. Like the stream is, I'm going to take a break. I'm stepping away from keyboard for now. But I do need to take just a little bit of a break, and then I will be back. So I'm going to be back today. We're going to be doing some more stuff. Got some more game to play. Want to talk more about DDO Build Hub. Maybe there'll be more builds when I get back. Yeah, overall, I am... yeah, I just need a little bit of a break, and then I can come back and continue to stream, and then that way, I just want to try it. I want to try it. So yeah, you're gonna get 2 streams in one day. I need to see if that will work, because right now, once I hit like I can already feel it. Once I hit like the 5-hour mark, my focus is just going sideways because of some of the current medical problems that I have. So I'm wondering if I can spend like an hour and a bit, maybe just like sitting in near total silence, and then that will help me out, and then I can come back and continue streaming. So we're going to try that. Hopefully it works. We're going to find out. Thank you guys for watching. We had a fantastic time. We will be back in, like I said, an hour and a bit, but you don't have to sit here and be like, I wonder when Shrimp Tom's going to get back. You'll get the notification, and then you'll see. It's a bit of a break time. So like I said, I will be back. I have never done this stream break thing, so we're going to find out whether it's good or not. But it's good for me. But we'll see. Yeah, I will be back in a little bit. A little bittle. In a short time.